Chapter 2680. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After Zichen returned last time, he was a little worried that the powerful being would catch up. After all, it was a level 9 being, and he was not someone he could deal with. After waiting for a few days and not seeing the other party, he was relieved. Then he began to refine the level 7 mother nest. Although he still had many things to do, such as comprehending the blade intent and the shield intent, no matter how high his comprehension of techniques was, it was not as practical as raising his level. Moreover, he could break through in a very short time, but he might not be able to comprehend the true meaning in a very short time. After 2 months of refining, Zichen's aura became stronger and stronger. The mother nest's energy continuously poured into Zichen's body. While Zichen was refining the mother nest's energy, he was also perceiving the laws of this world and the changes in the laws. While he was perceiving, his soul continued to grow until it finally reached a limit. A kind of enlightenment appeared in his mind. His soul leveled up again. The soul of a level 7 progenitor. Next, it would become a level 7 progenitor. Breaking through another level in just 2 months was almost godlike. Just as Zichen was quietly perceiving the changes in his level 7 soul, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura surging from the outside world. This was the aura of a level 9 being. Sensing this aura, his expression changed, thinking that the being from another space-time had caught up. "Who is it?" Yiqian called out, and her figure flashed outside the city. "Greetings, goddess." Standing outside the city, Wiley cupped his fists and bowed to Yiqian. "Who are you?" Yiqian stood in the air, her colorful clothes fluttering. Wiley cupped his fists and said, "I am Wiley, a subordinate of Sacred King Sander. This time, I have come specially to give you an opportunity." "You are so kind." Yiqian snorted, her eyes filled with coldness. "This is a jade token, the key to open the place of inheritance of Zeus Sky God. However, there is a condition, and that is that only someone who can use the god's hand can open it. Goddess can also go with you. After all, there are many kinds of inheritances of gods. Maybe there is one suitable for you." As Wiley spoke, he released the jade token. The token emitted a bright light and slowly flew towards Yiqian. Yiqian didn't accept the token. She looked at Wiley, obviously not believing his words. "There are a total of 6 tokens. This time, there will be 6 gods' envoys with the trapping god's hand. Goddess, you don't have to worry about this being a trap." Wiley continued, "This opportunity isn't given away for free. If the goddess people really did obtain the inheritance of the heavenly god, Divine King Sandini will need something from the inheritance. What is it?" Yiqian asked. Wiley shrugged and said, "I don't know. Only the Divine King knows. Among the 6 of them, whoever obtained that item would be taken away by the Lord. If you can't get it, you won't want anything. Consider it a free gift. If the goddess has made up her mind, then we will meet in the city where God King Sandini lives in a month's time. Of course, if the goddess thinks that this is a scheme, please have someone return this jade stone token." Saying that, Wiley cupped his fists at Yiqian and turned to leave. When Yiqian returned to the city, she was still bewildered. He must be up to something. Zichen stood in front of Yiqian. He had heard all the words just now. Yiqian nodded. "The other party is definitely not so kind, especially after killing so many of his people." "Then are we still going?" Yiqian asked. "Of course, we are going. Even if he is up to something, we have to go there and take a look. Something that a divine king wants is definitely not something small. It must be very important, and we may not be able to get it," Zichen said. Yiqian felt that Zichen's words were very reasonable, so she agreed with him. But this doesn't mean that she is willing to let Zichen take the risk. There is still a month left. She left here and went to the 9th heaven to look for the 9th heavenly god. It can be seen that after saving Zichen several times, the relationship between Yi Qian and the heavenly god has gradually become harmonious. After breaking through to level 7, while Zichun was stabilizing his realm, his avatar was also comprehending the blade intent. If he can't get a level 8 broodmother nest, he will stay in this realm for a long time. During this period, whether it is his attack power or defense power, he has a lot of room for improvement. For example, refining these ancestral steels. 5 days later, Yi Qian returned. Clearly, she also brought back news. Divine King Sander does have an inheritance, but it shouldn't be the inheritance of a divine god. It's more likely to be a trial ground. According to the data, that trial ground was obtained from the son of Zeus, heavenly god. It was opened once, but nothing was found. Sander also didn't kill those people. This is the news brought back by Yi Qian. It seems that there should be no problem. However, after those people went in last time, they stayed in there for a long time. It may be the same this time. Yi Qian said. Zichun nodded, then took out all the ancestral steels in the world. During this period, he only left the ancestral wing steel and the ancestral saber steel, and even the spear. If the time is too long, Tyrant and the others can come back early and continue to comprehend. You should take the ancestral shield steel with you. If you stay here for a long time, you can still comprehend it. Also, if necessary, it can save your life. Yi Qian suggested. Zichun thought about it and nodded. Even if Tyrant and the others came back, they wouldn't go out, so there was no danger. Moreover, he didn't know when they would come back, so he put away the ancestral shield steel again. During this time, Zichun's real body, golden body, and yin and yang doppelgangers all appeared and carefully comprehended the ancestral saber steel. The others in the city were also refining the brood mother. Their realms were rapidly increasing, and it wouldn't be long before they reached level 6. A month passed quickly. During this time, Zichun didn't comprehend any new blade intent. His real body, golden body, and yin and yang doppelgangers continued to comprehend. As for his god doppelganger, he appeared and went with Yi Qian to Sander City. This time, Sander was really looking for his doppelganger. As they advanced, Yi Qian said, there has always been a legend in the god realm. When Zeus, heavenly god, fell, he left behind a heavenly god's inheritance. It is said that if someone obtains this inheritance, they can directly enter the heavenly god realm. Is there really such an inheritance? Zichun asked. No one knows. There has always been such a rumor, so when Zeus, heavenly god, fell, no one went to avenge him. Everyone was looking for the inheritance. Yi Qian said, back then the children of gods were their targets. Sander captured one of them and obtained the inheritance. This was a rumor that no one could confirm, so Yi Qian didn't tell Zichun last time. Now, she just treated it as idle gossip. After several free teleportations, the two appeared in Sander City. Walking out of the teleportation array, they saw a huge square. There were already many people in the square. Among them was Willie, who was at level 9. He stood in a very conspicuous position. Apart from that, as Zichun's gaze swept around, he actually found a few familiar faces. For example, Xian Lin, Ben Senlu, Qi Wei, Kai Meng, and the others. He didn't expect them to be here. Beside them were some guards. The lowest realm among them was level 8, and there were also level 9 guards. Seeing these people, even Yi Qian was startled. Didn't they say there were only 6 tokens? Why were these people here? The two walked towards the center of the square. Willie saw Yi Qian and hurried to salute her. Seeing Willie's courtesy, both Kai Meng and Xian Lin's faces turned ugly. As the children of gods, Willie's attitude towards Yi Qian made them very unhappy. Even Ben Senla frowned. As the most beloved son of the second god, he didn't let Willie salute her. Goddess, come this way. We'll be leaving soon, Willie said. Are they going together? Yi Qian asked. Yes. This time, the Divine King made the news public. Everyone happened to be in the same area. In order to get along more harmoniously in the future, they all came. This time, it's not just the inheritance. There are other opportunities. If we're lucky enough, we might be able to directly advance to Divine Champion, Willie said. Oh. Yi Qian was surprised. Now, she was also at level 7. She was one level higher than Kai Meng and the others. As she walked, she didn't deliberately hide her aura. When everyone sensed it, they couldn't help but change their expressions. In just a few months, she had broken through another level. What kind of opportunity had she encountered? And that skeleton had also broken through. Fortunately, there were only 2 of them. Not only did they have many guards, but they even had level 9 guards. Something's wrong. Yue looked at the 2 walking over and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Sina asked. Why didn't Zichen come? In this situation, Zichen can't not come, Yue said. Maybe the quota is limited. If the quota is limited, then there's nothing for us to do. Isn't that simple? Yi Qian wants us to misunderstand that Zichen didn't come. She wants to make Zichen appear at the crucial moment. That should be her biggest trump card, Xen Lin said coldly. This statement was obviously reasonable, and the others nodded in agreement. Although Yue agreed with this point, he still felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what the problem was. At this time, Willie returned to the high platform. He saluted everyone and said, Everyone, this time I, Willie, will be the host of this inheritance land. Before entering, I hope you all remember what I said. Once you enter, you must be careful. This is a place of opportunity, but it is also a place of danger. He simply explained a few things to pay attention to. It was nothing more than being careful and safe. Then, Willie took out a jade pendant that surged with the aura of a heavenly god. A ray of light shot out from the jade pendant. In front of the jade pendant, a door of light appeared. Everyone enter one by one, Willie said. Everyone heard him and entered the door of light. During this time, Zichen clearly felt a few hostile murderous intents. Chapter 2681. There were 5 people who were clearly hostile and murderous. As Zichen looked back, those murderous intents were somewhat restrained. However, there were still some people who stared at him without hesitation. According to what Wiley had said, there were 6 tokens in total. It was obvious that the 5 people who were hostile to him were the owners of the other tokens. Zichen wasn't sure if they would cross paths after he entered, but since they were already hostile to him, he had to be careful. Among the 5 people, one of them was bald. He wore a loose robe and didn't conceal his aura. He was a level 9 divine envoy. Among the 5 people, he was the one who looked at Zichen with the most unbridled and provocative gaze. It was obvious that he had absolute confidence in his own strength. The second was a butterball. If he shaved his head and put a ring on it, he would look like a monk. However, when a monk smiled, he looked very kind. The other person, on the other hand, had a fierce look on his face and looked somewhat fierce. He was also level 9 and didn't suppress his realm. Behind him, there were quite a few people. These were all his followers. The third was a cold man. He wore very thin clothes and stood there alone. He didn't have any followers behind him and didn't communicate with others. His realm was unknown. When Zichen looked at him, his murderous intent had already been restrained. The fourth was a very short person. He looked like a teenager. He was wide and fat, even a little bloated. His murderous intent had already been restrained. The last one was wearing a black robe that covered his entire body. Zichen couldn't see his face. If it weren't for his extremely sharp senses, he would have suspected that the other party had never shown any hostility to him. Be careful. They seem to be hostile to you. Yi Qian reminded him through voice transmission. They entered the light gate, and Zichen followed closely behind. With a flash of light, they arrived outside a city. This city was very tall. The thick city walls were dark. Everyone had to raise their heads to see the towering city walls. This was like a city where giants lived. Standing below the city, they looked very small. The Great City Barrier Array was activated, and the entire city was completely enveloped by a huge light barrier. Above everyone's heads, outside the array formation, there were many creatures from another space-time. They filled the surroundings of the array formation, but they did not attack the city. It was as if he didn't know that there was a city beside him. It was as if the two of them were not in the same space and time. Willie's next words confirmed this point. This is a parallel dimension, so the creatures from another dimension can't discover us. Everyone, there are many dangers in the city. I hope that after you enter, you will prioritize your opportunities and not fight against each other. I'll take my leave first. Let's meet again in the city. After he finished speaking, he cupped his fists at the crowd and led them towards the city ahead. Swoosh! Schwa! Swish! They didn't do anything else while flying. When they were about to reach the city gate, ripples of light appeared on the sturdy city gate. Everyone entered the ripples and disappeared one after another. Seeing that Wiley had successfully entered, the others didn't stay any longer and entered as well. But before that, Zichin once again sensed a murderous intent filled with hostility. However, they didn't stop. Instead, they all entered. In the blink of an eye, there were only 20 or so people left. Zichin and Yi Qian followed closely behind, but before they could enter, they saw streaks of light flying over from behind, blocking their path. Zichin landed on the ground and looked at the people in front of him. He said coldly, "What do you want?" "It's very simple. Hand over the god-trapping hand and the token, and we'll let you in." A voice came from behind. It was Ben Senlu's. A group of God's children walked over. The two of them turned around and looked at the others. Zichen's gaze fell on Ji Wei, his gaze cold. At this moment, Ji Wei stood behind them, looking as if this matter had nothing to do with him. "You think you're worthy?" Yi Qian replied coldly. "Yi Qian, today's matter has nothing to do with you. You can choose to enter and search for opportunities," Ben Senlu said. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Or was I treated like an idiot and learned this idiotic line?" Yi Qian sneered coldly. Ben Senlu's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect Yi Qian to have such a sharp tongue. "Shut up. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." Xian Lin stared at Yi Qian with cold eyes. Her red lips were harsh, and her pretty face was full of resentment. "You're getting more and more impudent. It seems that you lacked the necessary discipline when you were young. You're just a lowly peasant. What right do you have to judge me?" Ben Senlu didn't care about the grudges between the two women. He turned his gaze to Zichin and said, "Hand over the god-trapping hand and live or die." Zichin looked around and found that there were 5 level 9 experts around. Clearly, they were the 5 gods' children's children. However, Ji Wei, the adopted son of a god, wasn't a level 9 expert. Moreover, looking at his position in the group, he was more like a subordinate. Apart from that, Fan Li was still in the group, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ji Wei. The rest were all level 8 experts. There were 12 of them, but none of them were level 7 experts. Such a group was obviously prepared for Zichin. Moreover, all of this had been part of the plan. They had brazenly snatched the items as soon as they arrived. "If you want to die now, I can fulfill your wish." Zichin looked at them and said coldly, "Shameless boasting." "Show us if you have the ability," Kaimeng said. "You know who has the ability." Zichen's divine avatar smiled faintly at Kaimeng. At that moment, a ray of light appeared behind them. Zichen's real body appeared in the light. The heavenly thunder wings appeared behind him, and he gripped his scabbard tightly. His expression was cold. "If you don't mind dying, then let's fight here first. I believe that only 8 of you will survive in the end." The voice of Zichen's real body sounded from behind them. "Which 8? Ben Senlu asked instinctively, because there weren't enough people. 5 level 9 experts, and 3 of us. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. Arrogant. Yue sneered. Light of energy circulated around Zi Chen's body, and the aura of a level 7 expert emerged. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed. When he was level 6, he could kill a level 8 expert with one strike. Now that he was level 7, could he kill a level 9 expert? Based on what he said earlier, it was obviously impossible. However, Zichen, who was level 7, should have no problem killing a level 8 expert. Buzz. Light of energy surged around Zichen's body, forming a vibrating force. This force turned into cracks and spread in all directions. It was the space-rending blow. He used it without hesitation. The space-rending slash targeted a space, and within that space, everyone would be forcefully separated. Seeing the black cracks spreading, the children of God's faces changed drastically, and they immediately retreated. The others rushed over, trying to stop Zichen. However, under the black crack, the level 8 bodies were instantly separated. Swoosh! At this moment, Zichen made his move. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the level 8 warriors who had been cut open. Wherever he passed, he unsheathed his sword. Sword intent raged, and sword light swept across. Uft, uft, uft. Similar sounds rang out continuously. Divine blood splattered and divine light shone. Zichen turned into a thunderbolt and rushed forward, heading straight for Ben Senlu. It was obviously impossible to kill everyone at this moment, so he needed to establish his dominance. However, he couldn't find Yue because he wasn't qualified. Ben Senlu was the best choice. Stop him! As expected, when he rushed forward, Ben Senlu shouted, and the level 9 experts rushed toward Zichen. Behind Zichen, the heavenly thunder wings flashed, and his speed was instantly increased to the extreme. He brushed past the attacks and bypassed them in an instant. Go to hell! At this moment, Yue's palm came. Divine light lingered on the palm print, and a powerful aura emerged. At this moment, the other children of God retreated, not daring to confront Zichen. Only Yue came forward, showing how protective he was of Ben Senlu. However, Zichen knew Yue very well. He knew that he was just putting on an act, because Yue had already calculated that he wouldn't waste time to attack him at this moment. Therefore, the light flashed again, and his figure disappeared from Yue's palm and appeared in front of Ben Senlu. Go to hell! Divine light flickered in Ben Senlu's eyes, and a powerful aura was released from his body. His expression was cold, as if he was about to launch a powerful attack. However, it was obviously too late, especially in front of Zichen's extreme speed. Swoosh! He unsheathed his sword, and the shining sword light, along with the 3 sword intents, slashed forward. The terrifying sword arc spread in an instant and landed on Ben Senlu's body. Buzz! Strong light flashed on his body, and a light shield appeared out of thin air. The light shield shone with divine light, and the divine light was unusually condensed. The sword arc landed on the light shield, and the light shield began to distort. At the same time, a powerful force exploded, and Ben Senlu's body flew backward. Pum! As his body flew backward, the light shield around his body exploded, and his body flew back dozens of meters. His face was very pale, and his heart was still beating fast. Just now, he personally felt the threat of death. This was the first time in history, because even if he was at a disadvantage, no one dared to kill him. At most, they would humiliate him. However, Zichen didn't hold back just now, and he really dared to kill him. If he hadn't used the defensive power of the Jade Pendant in time, he would have been killed. Damn it! I won't let you go. Ben Senlu stared at Zichen and said coldly. The other children of Heaven's expressions changed drastically, and they flew toward the city without hesitation. During this time, Sina and Kai Meng were the fastest, because they knew that Zichen wouldn't care about their identity as children of Heaven's children. The surviving level 9s and level 8s all flew toward the city, following closely behind the children of heaven's children. Chapter 2682. The battle ended in an instant. Ben Senlu and the others had seriously miscalculated. They did not expect Zi Qin to reach level 7 as well. It was not strange for one person to reach level 7, but it was definitely not a coincidence that all three of them had reached level 7. Moreover, this time, they truly felt Zi Chen's murderous intent. They knew that even when facing them, Zi Chen would not be soft-hearted when he had to kill them. "They seem to be testing us," Yi Qian said as she looked at Zi Chen. Her doppelganger was currently cleaning up the battlefield. Zi Chen nodded. They had all retreated. This could indeed be considered test. However, if Zi Chen did not appear, it would not be as simple as a test. "Looks like we have to be careful. We might encounter similar situations again." Zi Chen's real body disappeared again. Time was of the essence. It would be good if his combat power could increase even a little. In his world, the two yin and yang doppelgangers, one real body and one golden body, were both comprehending the sword will at the same time. As for the single god's doppelganger, it remained in the outside world. The two of them entered the big city. After entering the city, the two of them could no longer see any buildings. It was as if they had entered some kind of space. Those who had entered before had all disappeared. Wherever their divine telekinesis swept, they could not find anything. The entire space was empty. It was abnormally quiet. "Looks like we've entered a unique space. Shadowless, come and take a look. Can you find the exit?" Zi Chen's god's doppelganger asked. His world opened. Shadowless fell from it and stood beside him. This time, he naturally had to bring Shadowless along. He was like a real shadow. No one could see him, but he could see everyone. There was no one in the world more suitable than him to gather information. "I can't see anything. We can only try to walk forward." Shadowless looked around and shook his head. The three of them walked forward. The god's doppelganger held the stone sword that Zi Qin had obtained previously. The stone sword was unusually sharp. In addition, the doppelganger had the heavenly god's bone. It was very suitable for him. As they walked forward, the surroundings were abnormally quiet. It was so quiet that it was abnormal. After walking for about a few hundred meters, the ground under their feet suddenly crackled. Then, tentacle-like things extended from the ground and wrapped around the two of them. With a tap of their feet, the two of them soared into the air. At the same time, God Zi Qin slashed down with a saber. The saber arced towards the ground, splitting it open with a loud boom. A streak of light quickly disappeared from the ground. "Watch out above your head," Shadowless reminded. The two of them raised their heads and saw a huge spider web, emitting a bright light, coming towards their heads. Swoosh! Swish! Seeing the spider web falling from the sky, the two of them immediately activated the Fleetfoot steps. Divine light flickered as the two of them flew in opposite directions, one on the left and one on the right. Buzz! Just as the two of them were about to leave the range of the spider web, the surface of the spider web suddenly burst with light, and its surface area instantly increased by dozens of times. Such an unforeseen event was beyond the two of their expectations, and the falling spider web stuck to their bodies. Swoosh! God Zi Qin slashed out with his saber. Divine light flickered, and a crack immediately appeared on the spider web. Obviously, the stone saber was unusually sharp, and it only took a few slashes to break it open. However, before he could land a second slash, he noticed that the crack just now glowed again, and then the crack healed. At the same time, the spider web became unusually heavy, pressing the two of them down to the ground. A black shadow appeared in the sky. A spider the size of a mountain fell from the sky and landed beside the two of them. Its body was huge, but its landing was silent and its movements were very agile. It was also at this moment that the space shattered like a mirror. Shrill screams rang out one after another in the quiet surroundings. God Zichen raised his head and looked into the distance through the spider web. He saw a similar huge creature at the end of his line of sight, and there were other people trapped in it. Obviously, the previous space was created by this huge spider. The spider fell from the sky, and its mouth let out a sharp shriek. Its two front legs were like long spears, stabbing towards Zichen and Iqian. Swish, swish. Wherever the spider legs passed, there was an ear-piercing sound in the air. This attack seemed to pierce through space. Iqian, watch out! God Zichen shouted. His body shone with divine light, and a powerful force was stimulated. He slashed with the stone saber in his hand, and another long crack was torn in the spider web. This time he broke free from the spider web on his body and rushed out of the crack. Then he used the fleet-foot stride to block in front of Iqian. Clang! The spider leg and the saber met, and a loud clang broke out. A powerful energy wave spread out in all directions. Zichen's body retreated in the air, and the spider leg in front of him was also knocked back. On the other side, the hard ground was like tofu, and the spider leg sank straight into the ground. Swish! Behind God Zichen, Iqian's body shone with divine light. With a powerful attack, she broke the spider web and floated over to stand side by side with Zichen. Screams could be heard in the distance. Obviously, many oracles had been hit. Seeing the two of them break free, the giant spider let out an unwilling roar and opened its mouth. The next moment, thick venom sprayed toward the two of them like a fountain. Before the venom reached them, there was a strong, pungent smell. This smell went straight into their minds and made them dizzy. Obviously, this was a kind of venom that was a great threat to oracles. The two of them put up their light shields and retreated. As they retreated, the venom fell on their bodies and began to corrode them. The surface of their light shields sizzled and showed signs of dissipating. This venom can dissolve energy. Retreat quickly. God Zichen reminded them, and the two of them retreated even faster. In the process of retreating, God Zichen slashed with a saber. The saber light slashed forward like a waterfall, and wherever it passed, the venom was separated. However, the saber light only traveled a short distance. Before it reached the giant spider, it was corroded by the venom's spiritual power and completely dissipated. Seeing that the venom was ineffective, the giant spider stopped spraying venom. With a tap of its legs, it quickly chased after the two of them. Its body was huge, but its speed was very fast. Wherever it passed, there was a strong whistling sound in the air, like a moving mountain. A large shadow appeared on the ground. The giant spider had arrived, and its speed was not slower than the two of them. Damn it! Zichen cursed inwardly. He turned around and swept to the side with his saber. During this time, the stone saber in his hand slashed again. Swoosh! The saber light, like a waterfall, went straight for the spider's body, but it was blocked by the spider's legs, and a clanging sound was heard. There was no doubt that the spider's legs were stronger than a divine weapon. Hiss! The giant spider hissed angrily. The space above its head began to distort. A huge ball of energy spun out, and spears flew out from the ball of light. Each of these spears was composed of pure energy, but they contained an extremely powerful aura. Is this a supernatural power? Zichen was very surprised. He did not expect the spider to have such a skill. He waved the stone saber in his hand, and streaks of saber light slashed forward. During this time, clanging sounds were heard. When Zichen blocked the spears, the powerful force sent him flying backwards. Puff! On the other side, Iqian shot out a beam of divine light. This beam of divine light was like a chain, and it wrapped around the giant spider's body. Then she pulled the chain of divine light with one hand and instantly exerted her strength. The giant spider was forcibly stopped by Iqian. Ha! Zichen shouted as he used the fleet-foot stride. After destroying a large number of spears with a single slash, His body shone with a divine light as he rushed in front of the giant spider and viciously slashed at its head. Puff! The giant spider's head was not as strong as its legs. It was cut open by God Zichin with one slash. The stone saber went straight into the giant spider's head. Blood splattered and fell on God Zichen's body. His strong body was emitting smoke at this moment. There was poison in his blood. The stone saber only went into the giant spider's head. Then the remaining force dissipated. God Zichin found that the stone saber was stuck in the spider's hard skull. The giant spider let out a painful hiss. The last of the poison in its body was sprayed at God Zichin. At this moment, Zichin held the stone saber in his hand. His body shone with divine light, but he did not dodge. The poison poured on his body in an instant. His flesh made a sizzling sound, and then it was corroded by the poison. Zichin! Yi Qian shouted from a distance. Her beautiful face turned pale. Under the poison, the divine light chains wrapped around the giant spider's body were instantly shattered. She wanted to go to the rescue, but at this moment she saw Zichin, who was surrounded by poison, pull out the stone saber. A dazzling and powerful divine light burst out from his body. He held the stone saber tightly with both hands and stepped on the spider's head. The tip of the saber swallowed and spat out divine light as it stabbed downward. Puff! This time it was full of power. The stone saber went straight to the hilt. At the same time, a bright saber light pierced through the spider's jaw. The spider let out a final hiss. After struggling a few times, it completely collapsed on the ground. God Zichin breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect that the first danger he encountered here would be so difficult to deal with. His flesh was being corroded at this moment, but he did not care. Because he had the heavenly god's bone, he could recover quickly. At this moment, he found that the poison in his body was no longer corroding his flesh. It turned into spots of light and dissipated. At the same time, the giant dead spider at his feet was also turning into spots of light. It was as if it was being decomposed. However, the spots of light did not dissipate. Instead, they gathered above and turned into an irregular crystal the size of palm. The crystal flashed with bright light and exuded a tyrannical aura with an extremely strong will. Zichen's body, which had been corroded earlier, was also recovering at this moment. Apart from the power of his body, it was also because of the remaining light spots on his body, which helped him recover his body. Just as he looked at the irregular stone in confusion, the ground suddenly began to tremble. The tentacles that had disappeared before reappeared. Chapter 2683. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. As soon as the tentacle appeared, God Zichin sensed that something was amiss. With a tap of his feet, he activated the Fleetfoot stride. Divine light flickered and blade light streaked past. He had already arrived beside the irregular crystal. Behind him, there were specks of blood floating in the air. Severed tentacles fell to the ground. Those tentacles were still twisting and struggling like spirit snakes. As for the underground existence, it ran away again. He reached out and grabbed the crystal. "Are you okay?" Yi Qian walked over and looked at God Zichin with concern in her eyes. She saw with her own eyes that God Zichin's body was drenched by the venom. The venom was extremely corrosive. His flesh was rotting, and even his heavenly god bones were exposed. "I'm fine. This thing is strange." God Zichin looked at the irregular crystal in his hand and said, "When the spider dissipated, it turned into energy. Some of it remained in my body and healed my wounds. My wounds are almost healed now." Yi Qian looked at him from head to toe. God Zichen's body was glowing with divine light, and his injuries had already healed. She took the irregular crystal from God Zichen's hands and examined it. She couldn't see anything special about it. Then She released her divine perception and found that it contained the precepts of heaven and earth. These laws flickered with crystalline light, just like the laws within the broodmother's body, but they were purer and contained the principles of heaven and earth. This is a law crystal formed from a shattered world. Shadowless suddenly spoke. Law crystal. God Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the rule fragment that he had refined when he was in the Earth realm. He wondered if there were any similarities between the two. In this world, there are countless worlds. There are big and small worlds, and there are mature and immature laws. After the collapse of an immature world, some law fragments may appear, but the grade and level of those fragments are very low. However, when a mature world collapsed, the laws within it were already close to being complete. The fragments that were formed were law crystals. They have gathered the essence of the shattered world and are filled with spiritual energy. They can manifest all things in the world. Shadowless explained, just like the spider from before, it's a manifestation of the law crystal after it gained sentience. It's a powerful spirit born in the world. Love, go, little, say, W, choose some of them can even develop intelligence and evolve into human-like existences. If their level is high enough, they can even use this to cultivate and become stronger. It's that amazing? Zi Chen was shocked by what Shadowless said. The law crystal is almost the same as the mother nest. That's because the mother nest comprehended the laws of heaven and earth and strengthened itself. If the mother nest was enlarged, it would be a complete world, containing the laws of heaven and earth. After the mother nest died, its corpse would become a complete law crystal for refinement. After a world was destroyed, the law crystals left behind were also supreme treasures for cultivation. In this world, the birth and death of worlds will always result in the appearance of law crystals. Therefore, in our era, these things were not rare. Zi Chen relayed Shadowless's words to Yi Qian. Yi Qian was also very surprised. Then why did the world collapse? God Zi Chen asked. It's the same as why the mother nest died. Some were caused by external forces, while others met with some unforeseen event during the process of growth, resulting in a natural collapse. Just like how the mother nest disintegrated after failing to evolve, Shadowless said. You can say that the creatures of alternate dimensions have the mother nest, which is a very magical thing, and this world can also create law crystals, which are very extraordinary things. The latter is of higher quality than the former, but it's relatively harder to find. It's also not like the mother nest, which can produce creatures of alternate dimensions endlessly. You can say that there are pros and cons. Doesn't that mean that if we get this thing, we'll be able to evolve quickly, just like how we got the mother nest? God, Zi Chen asked, his eyes shining. You can say that, but only if there's enough of them. I'm guessing that this is a trial ground for a god emissary. It should be deliberately prepared by the sky god. However, to be able to find so many law crystals is also very impressive. Shadowless said, next, everything is very simple. You just need to fight to get more. Then let's refine it first. God Zi Chen handed the law crystal to Yi Qian. Yi Qian shook her head. You're strong, you refine it first. Clearly, this was to make Zi Chen stronger. God Zi Chen didn't continue to refuse and placed the law crystal in the world. Zi Chen's real body held the law crystal in his hand. He had clearly heard the conversation from before. Moreover, he was connected to his avatar through a single thought. Just as he was about to refine it, he suddenly frowned. Can't refine it? The law crystal in his hand glowed with light. Then, the light quickly faded as if it had been sealed. He opened the world and tossed the law crystal out. His clone caught it. How can this be? The trio's expressions changed slightly when they saw the law crystal's light receding. There's a seal on it. It can't be refined, God Zichen said. Maybe it's caused by the laws here. Let's continue forward and see if the others can refine it. The three continued forward. The previous battle had ended. and they didn't know if the others were dead or alive. After walking for a while, God Zichin saw a giant spider ahead. It seemed that the battle had just ended, and the spider's body quickly disappeared into the void. Now that he knew the use of the law crystal, God Zichin didn't stop and flew straight ahead. There was a sound of breaking air, and he quickly arrived at the previous area. The scene in front of him changed, as if he had arrived at another time and space. Then the ground shook and tentacles appeared. Then the giant spider that had just disappeared reappeared and charged at the two. Shadowless stood there and watched the show. He was like a shadow, and other than Zichin, no one could see him. Wiley led the others forward. As the leader this time, he didn't come alone. There were 2 level 9s beside him. In addition, Saman, who went to find trouble with Zichin last time, was also here. They were flying at high speed when their bodies suddenly disappeared from the space. Powerful energy immediately shook, and a powerful wave spread out. Soon their bodies reappeared. A huge spider turned into specks of light and disappeared, turning into a law crystal. Let's speed up. Energy flowed around Wiley's body, and he took the law crystal. The others nodded and continued forward. During this time, there were also some level 9s rushing forward. Among them, there were 2 who had tokens and could use the trapping hand. We have to speed up. This world isn't big, and the number of law crystals should be limited. Yen Wei held a crystal in his hand and said to the others beside him. Although they were ambushed earlier, they had more people on their side and there were many powerhouses, so there wasn't any danger. Hearing his words, the others naturally didn't have any objections, and they all nodded and continued forward. All the powerhouses who had obtained law crystals, after sensing that they couldn't be refined at the moment, guessed that there might be a way to refine law crystals in the depths of this world. Thus, they all increased their speed. During this time, God Zichin and Yi Qian didn't deliberately speed up. After knowing the magical use of the law crystals, they just wanted to get more, and it was inevitable that they would change their direction. After a few days, the first batch of powerhouses, led by Wiley, had already reached the deepest part of this world. At this time, there was a bald man beside him. He wore a black robe and was one of the 6 tokens. HM, why isn't there anything? After reaching the depths, Wiley was startled when he saw an empty area in front of him. Wiley, what's here? Level 8, Saman asked. The entrance, the real entrance to the trial ground. You need a token to enter. Wiley said as he scanned the area with his divine sense, but there was still nothing. After that, he ordered his men to fly forward to see if there were any spiders hiding here and blocking the entrance. They flew in a circle, and there were energy fluctuations, but they didn't find anything. Wiley, there's nothing. Did you remember the wrong place? Saman looked back and stared at him. How could I remember wrongly when the Lord personally ordered it? He frowned and thought for a moment before saying, Looks like the entrance hasn't appeared yet. We can only wait. How long do we have to wait? Saman asked. Maybe a few months, maybe a few years, maybe a few 100 years. There's no time limit. Wiley said in a low voice. Then what about this? Saman took out a law crystal. We can only refine it in the next area, so it's useless now. However, since this place hasn't opened yet, we'll have more time to find these law crystals. Once we gather enough law crystals, we might be able to break through to the general level in the next area. Wiley's eyes flashed as he said, Next, we'll do our best to find these law crystals. In this space, the only thing that could be obtained was law crystals. Since the entrance hadn't appeared yet, everyone began to work hard to find law crystals and try to accumulate enough to break through. No one knew when the entrance would appear, not even Wiley. Thus, in the process of searching, when both sides encountered each other, it would naturally lead to a battle. Find that guy. As long as we get the god-trapping hand and the token, the greatest opportunity awaits us. The being called Saman was currently leading a level 9 to search for traces of Zichin of the god all over the world. Because he didn't deliberately hide it, many people knew that if they obtained the God-trapping hand and the token, they would be able to obtain even greater opportunities. Thus, the 6 existences who knew how to use the God-trapping hand naturally became the targets of everyone. However, among the 6 people, 5 of them were level 9, which represented the strongest combat power in this space. Naturally, no one paid attention to them. However, the 6th person, Zi-Chun-Shin, only had the strength of a mere level 7 expert. Thus, he was targeted by many powers. God Zi-Chen, who was still moving forward, didn't know that he had become a target. He, I-Chien, and Shadowless were still hunting spiders to obtain more law crystals. Chapter 2684. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The hunt continued. God Zi-Chin and I-Chien's cooperation became better and better. In the end, the spiders could no longer hurt them. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu, however, the 2 of them still couldn't catch or kill the underground tentacle monster. It seemed to be very agile and would immediately escape when it sensed danger. For the time being, God Zi-Chin couldn't be sure whether the underground tentacle monster was the same or different. He still hadn't figured it out. The space around them changed. Obviously, they had been ambushed again. Phew! Looking at the giant spider in front of him, God Zi-Chin took a deep breath. His black eyes instantly became cold and fierce. He held the long saber tightly with both hands. The divine power in his body was running wildly. Divine energy burst out violently. Within the energy, colorful light lingered and shrouded God Zi-Chin. As the divine energy lingered, the space around them was dyed in color. The colorful light was constantly changing. It was magnificent. Ha! With a loud shout, his eyes were filled with coldness. He slashed the stone saber in his hand forward. Divine energy surged wildly. A saber light hundreds of feet long shot out from the stone saber and slashed at the spider web falling from the sky. Chi! When the saber light and the spider web met, the light on the spider web flowed and formed a strong resistance. The space around them began to distort wildly. Powerful energy, waves, swept over. The saber light moved forward, shining with divine light. It directly cut the spider web in half. At the same time, the saber light didn't lose its momentum and fell on the giant spider's head. Bang! With a loud tremor, the giant spider let out a hiss and flew backward. A long cut appeared on its head. Highly toxic blood splashed out, landing on the ground. Chi-chi sounds rang out, corroding deep pits one after another. To the side of God Zi-Chin, I-Chien stood in the air. Her colorful dress fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful face carried a hint of coldness. Her shining jade hands were forming seals, and divine light surged from her body. Her ink-black hair danced in the wind. As the seal fell, a divine light coiled around her. This divine light was like a ribbon, but it was also like a spirit snake. It coiled around her, twisting in midair. It was very agile, as if it was alive. Spirit binding. I-Chien extended her jade-like hand, which glowed with divine light. Her slender, jade-like finger pointed forward, and the spirit serpent ribbon that was coiling around her immediately flew out. This was a very special divine skill, somewhat similar to Zi-Chen's God-trapping hand. Although it was not as powerful as the God-trapping hand, it was not to be underestimated. Love, go, little, say, Netuka the spirit serpent ribbon instantly moved forward. With a flash of divine light, it wrapped around the giant spider, trapping it. Collect! I-Chien's hands pointed again. Her eyes were cold, and the seal changed again. The spirit serpent ribbon that was coiling around the giant spider suddenly released a strong light, and it flew toward them with the giant spider. Hiss! Hiss! The giant spider's huge body was bound in layers. It did not listen to orders and flew toward them. It struggled and hissed. Its body shone with a strong light, and a powerful aura burst out. The light on the spirit serpent ribbon flickered, and cracks appeared on it. It was about to collapse. Go to hell. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. God Zichin used the Fleetfoot stride and appeared in front of the giant spider in an instant. He held the stone saber tightly with both hands, and the divine energy in his body surged wildly. His entire body was enveloped in divine light. Poof! He went straight forward and stabbed the saber into the giant spider's head. At the same time, a thick saber radiance shot out and pierced through the spider's body. The spider kept hissing. Blood and venom spurted out, and its body kept trembling in midair. Crack! 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 The spirit serpent ribbon that was coiling around it dimmed. Cracks spread, and it collapsed, turning into light spots and disappearing. Endless venom and blood sprayed on God Zichen's body, and there was a sizzling sound. Poisonous smoke rose from his body, and the defense on the surface of his body kept dissipating. God Zichen's expression did not change. He looked indifferently at the spider whose aura was dissipating. Buzz! With a tremor, the spider's vitality disappeared. Its huge body dispersed, turning into light spots. At the same time, the divine light on God Zichen's body disappeared. The spider's venom and blood, which had been fatal and corrosive, turned into pure rules at this moment. This was also the only chance for God Zichen to absorb the rules. The last of the energy was completely absorbed. God Zichen's body emitted light spots. He closed his eyes and quietly felt the rules contained in the energy, trying his best to comprehend them. Love, go, little, say W. Chui Qian flew over. Her colorful dress danced, and her figure was graceful. She stretched out her hand and took the rule crystal in front of her. After a period of battle training, her spirit binding technique had greatly improved, and she was much more comfortable with it than before. The light of the law crystal in her hand quickly dimmed as it was sealed again. A total of 10 pieces. Yi Qian put away the rule crystal and looked at God Zichin, who had opened his eyes again and said, God Zichin nodded and smiled. Let's continue. Yi Qian also smiled and nodded. She liked this kind of experiential life very much. As for Zichen's real body, he was comprehending Saber Dao with the other clones. This was the most direct way to improve combat strength. He did not need to do anything for the time being. Yi Qian, who had not let down her guard, did not wait for the tentacle monster underground to appear. The two continued forward. At this moment, Shadowless, who had gone out to scout, appeared in God Zichen's line of sight. There was still a long distance between them. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Zichen, not good. They're coming to steal your things. Zichen, who was moving forward, stopped and frowned. Sensing that Zichen had stopped, Yi Qian turned around and looked at him with a pair of bright eyes, puzzled. What's wrong? Someone's coming, God Zichen said. Shadowless was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was not far from God Zichen. They're coming to steal your rule crystal. At the same time, they want to take your token and God-trapping palm. It's said that there's an entrance here. If you go in with the token, you'll get more opportunities. Shadowless finished in one breath. How strong are they? God Zichen asked. One of them is level 8. The rest are level 7, but they're just the vanguard. If you delay for a while, more level 8 and level 9 will come, Shadowless said. When Zichen heard this, a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. There were a total of 6 badges, but they only attacked him. It was obvious that they didn't dare to attack the others. They thought that Zichen was a pushover. What do you plan to do now? Shadowless looked at God Zichen and asked. Let's wait and see. God Zichen said. His eyes flashed, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. There's no way I'll reject something that's delivered to my doorstep for free. A moment later, he felt a powerful wave from the horizon. A figure shrouded in divine light appeared in his line of sight. He rushed forward, and the aura of a level 8 spread out. The first to arrive was a level 8, but there was only one. From a distance, he saw God Zichin. His expression froze for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He didn't notify the others in the distance and directly rushed over. 1 level 8 against 2 level 7. This seemed to be a complete victory. Hand over the God trapping hand, the token, and the law crystals on you, and I'll spare your lives. As he moved forward, he transmitted his voice to the two, his voice cold. Clearly, he didn't shout in anger. He was worried that others would hear and come over to divide the spoils. You're just a mere level 8? A disdainful smile spread from the corner of his mouth. God Zichen's divine energy surged, and a level 7 aura appeared. A mere level 7 dares to boast so shamelessly? I'll let you have a taste of this Lord's power. The level 8 divine emissary smiled coldly and slashed his sword at God Zichin. Dazzling divine light flashed, and a sword light dozens of feet long shot out from the tip of the sword, heading straight for God Zichin. Roar! As the sword light rushed forward, a lion's roar shook the sky. The sword light shook and transformed into a divine lion, surrounded by divine light and shrouded in sword energy. No wonder he dared to come alone. It turned out that he had mastered other divine skills. The divine lion stepped in the air, shaking the void and letting out a rumbling sound. Seeing this, God Zichen's face turned slightly pale. He clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and punched forward with his divine power. 2 divine fists flew toward the golden lion, one from the left and one from the right. The divine fists were equally terrifying, shaking the void. But in the eyes of a level 8 divine emissary, this was just an ordinary attack. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Bang! The divine lion and the 2 divine fists collided, and a powerful shockwave spread out, causing the void to distort and ripple to spread into the distance. Boom! Energy exploded, and the 2 divine fists exploded one after another. At the same time, the divine lion went straight for God Zichin with unstoppable momentum. Seeing that his divine fists were blocked, God Zichen's face changed greatly, and a look of panic appeared in his eyes. He formed a seal with his hands, and divine light lingered around him. A huge divine bell fell from the sky, enveloping him. Clang! The bell rang, and a strange power spread out and hit the divine lion. The divine lion's body shook slightly, and the luster on its body dimmed slightly. But its momentum did not decrease. With another lion's roar, the divine lion rushed in front of God Zichin. Powerful energies collided, producing a powerful shockwave. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. Boom! God Zichen's defense was instantly shattered, and the divine lion's front paw slammed into his chest. Bang! Divine light sputtered, and a loud sound was heard. God Zichen's body flew backward. Run! While flying backward, God Zichen's voice was heard, and he quickly ran toward the horizon. Behind him, Yi Qian saw that the situation was not good, so she followed closely behind. Where do you think you're going? The level 8 warrior roared and chased forward. At this moment, his face was full of pride and confidence. He thought that this level 7 warrior with the god's trapping hand would have some tricks up his sleeve, but he did not expect him to be so weak. In this way, he was full of confidence that he could take away the other party's treasure. He chased forward. Because of the energy shockwave, the others also rushed over. After that, they chased after him one after another. During this time, God Zichin fought with the level 8 warrior again, and was sent flying again, coughing up blood. This time, the people behind saw it clearly, and they all chased after him with all their might. At the back, Ben Senlu and the others arrived. When they saw the scene just now, their faces were full of shock. Even if it's only level 7, that guy is a skeleton. How can he be so weak? Sina was puzzled. Looking at the people who had disappeared in front of him, Yang Wei said with a serious expression, "Because he has big plans." Chapter 2685. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Yan Wei and the others did not know the relationship between Ku Lu and Ziqin, but this did not prevent them from knowing how powerful and terrifying Ku Lu was. This lord could kill a level 6 celestial before he had a physical body. Now that he had a physical body, even if his condition was not right, even if he became weak, how could he be so weak when he was already at level 7? Even if that level 8 divine envoy was not ordinary, it was unrealistic to think that he could suppress Ku Lu with just 2 moves and make him cough up blood. Ku Lu was already extraordinary, not to mention that the powerful Ziqin had not appeared yet. He could kill a level 8 divine envoy with 1 slash. Hence, Ku Lu's continuous retreat meant that he had other motives. They were very clear about Ku Lu's motives, but no one would believe them. This was because they had never fought with Ziqin before, so they were not clear about his methods and did not know of his existence. To these people, there were only Ku Lu and Iqian. It seems that Ku Lu is as greedy as Ziqin. Not only does he want to get the law crystal, but he also wants more, Sina said in a low voice, his expression unnatural. If so many people were killed, how many law crystals would they get? Of course, they coveted those law crystals too. They also had the strength to do so, because there were 5 level 9 celestials beside them. This kind of strength was enough to be the Oriole. However, before this, Sina and the others were subconsciously looking at Yanwei. Among the group, he was the most opinionated and scheming person. Let's go and take a look. This time, there are many people who want to be the Oriole. We may not have any hope, Yanwei said. If you don't have confidence, why are you still pretending to be so mysterious? Ben Senlu, who had always been unhappy that Yanwei was the center of attention, finally found a chance to mock him. He was the second son of a celestial god. Wherever he went, he would be the center of attention. Everyone's eyes would fall on him, and they would subconsciously ask for his opinion. They would all follow his ideas. However, ever since he arrived, these people had not even looked him in the eye. This caused him to feel extremely displeased. Furthermore, they cared so much about the person he disdained the most. This caused him to feel even more displeased. Love, go, little, say, Netu Chu, therefore, when he heard Yanwei's words, he began to mock him smugly. I told you not to call him here, but you insisted. Sina glanced at Ben Sunlu, then looked at Chi Wei and said unhappily, Sina, what is the meaning of this? Ben Senla stared at Sina, his face cold. You know very well what we mean. We didn't intend to call you. It was Yang Wei who insisted on giving you this opportunity. But since you're here, don't talk so much nonsense. Be honest, but you just keep looking for trouble. Why don't you find someone else to ally with? Sina said. As a son of a celestial god, he naturally did not fear Ben Senlu. If he had the chance, he would not mind beating him up. The anger on Ben Senlu's face intensified. However, these challengers, other than them, were all from the 10th domain. This was a place that belonged to the 9 celestial gods. The 9 celestial gods did not care about this place. Similarly, in these people's hearts, they had no intention of relying on these celestial gods. Ben Senlu was a son of a celestial god. Even if he revealed his identity here, he might not be fawned upon. There might not even be anyone who would ally with him. All right, everyone, stop talking. At this time, we should avoid internal conflicts the most. Let's go take a look. Chi Wei said indifferently, then flew forward. As they moved forward, their speed was neither fast nor slow. At the same time, in several other places, there were clearly people who wanted to be the Oriole. The level 8, who continued to chase, was very pleased. He was the first to catch up, and in just 2 moves he had injured the one who knew the God-binding hand. As a result, he was even more confident. He had already made up his mind. After capturing that guy and learning his God-binding hand, he would immediately kill him. He did not dare to do anything to that celestial god's daughter, but in his heart he was thinking that perhaps something wonderful would happen between them and gain the favor of the celestial god's daughter. Looking at her now, the celestial god's daughter's back was still graceful. Thinking back to her face, she was also the kind of absolute beauty. Moreover, his looks were not bad, and his divine skill was unique. His battle strength was also very strong. As a result, perhaps the 2 of them could really become a couple and become a legend of the celestial god race. With such a beautiful thought in his heart, his expression naturally became even more pleased. As a result, when he saw the strong light erupting from the 2 in front of him, he was not overly vigilant. He only felt that the 2 of them were speeding up to escape. That was indeed the case. The 2 of them ran even faster. This level 8 divine emissary ran to the place where the 2 of them had just erupted with strong light. Swoosh! At this moment the ground shook. A spirit snake that emitted divine light instantly broke out of the ground. With an unexpected speed, it wrapped around the level 8 divine emissary's body. Insignificant skill. Such an unforeseen event caused the level 8 divine emissary's expression to slightly change. However, after perceiving that the power of the spirit snake was not that strong, he coldly snorted in disdain. The divine light on his body surged, and a powerful aura erupted. He wanted to shake off the spirit snake. At this time, the 8th grade divine envoy felt a strong sense of crisis coming from the side. His complexion changed once again, and the divine light on his body became even more dazzling. With a loud shout, a powerful energy formed a defensive barrier, and divine light circulated around it. At the same time, he dodged to the side. The source of the danger that the level 8 divine emissary felt came from God Zichin. He broke out of the ground from the other side, and with the stone knife in his hand, a divine light enveloped his whole body. He used the fleet footsteps and went straight towards the level 8 divine emissary. His target was not the level 8 divine emissary's head, but his arm. As he approached, a cold light flashed in God Zichen's eyes, and he slashed out with his knife. Pum! The level 8 divine emissary had just formed a defense, but in the face of God Zichen's sharp knife, the light on it changed slightly and it was directly cut open. At the same time, the speed of the knife did not decrease, and it swept past the level 8 divine emissary's arm, and then it quickly disappeared. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the level 8 divine emissary's arm was immediately cut off. Before the arm could fall, it was picked up by God Zichin, and he flew into the distance. Pum! At the same time, the energy that wrapped around the level 8 divine emissary collapsed, and it turned into specks of light and disappeared. God, Zichin, and I Qian, who were running away in the distance, turned into rays of light and dissipated. It was obvious that they were clones. As for the real bodies of the 2 people, they were running away at a very fast speed. The level 8 divine emissary was slightly stunned by such an unforeseen event, and then he felt a pain in his arm. When he lowered his head, he saw that his left hand had disappeared. In an instant, he let out an angry roar, as if he was enduring endless pain. Although losing an arm was painful, it was far from the reaction of a level 8 divine emissary. The reason for this was that there was a divine ring on his hand, and in that divine ring, in addition to the wealth he had gathered, there was also the law crystal he had obtained this time. Now that his arm was gone, everything was gone. In an instant, his body swayed in the air, and he almost fell to the ground. Ah, die! Seeing that the 2 people in front of him were about to disappear at the end of his line of sight, the level 8 divine emissary finally reacted, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream and rushed forward. However, Due to the previous delay, the distance between him and Zi-Chin of God had grown further and further. At this moment, the people behind him also caught up, and when they saw that the level 8 divine emissary had lost his left hand, they were all stunned, and then an indescribable expression appeared on their faces. They also heard the level 8 divine emissary's fury. "Damn it, you dare to sneak attack me. I want you to die." The level 8 divine emissary's voice was still echoing in the sky. Everyone clearly understood the level 8 divine emissary's meaning. It wasn't that the two people were too strong, but that he was too careless. As for why his arm was broken, as a divine emissary they naturally knew. It was because everyone wore a divine ring on their left hand. Subconsciously, they glanced at their divine rings. If this thing was lost, then all their years of hard work would be in vain. However, it was also impossible for the other party to obtain the things inside. Unless they died or the other party's soul realm was much higher than theirs, then they would be able to dissolve the divine soul inside. In addition, if the other party took away the divine ring of the level 8 divine emissary, it would do more harm than good. This was because the other party could sense his location through his divine sense, so even if he ran to the ends of the earth, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the level 8 divine emissary who had lost his divine ring. Although this was true, the level 8 divine emissary who was rushing forward quickly discovered that he had lost his sense of the divine ring. How could this be? He was still in a violent rage, but at this moment he was startled. He obviously didn't believe that the other party had forcefully broken his divine ring. If that was the case, then there would be another reason. The other party had some kind of powerful sealing technique that sealed his divine ring, causing him to lose his sense of the divine ring. However, the divine ring was still his. As long as he didn't die, no one could obtain it. Whether it was Zi-Chin or God Zi-Chin, they didn't know any powerful sealing techniques. The reason why the other party had lost his sense of the divine ring was because the divine ring was now in Zi-Chen's world. Moreover, Zi-Chen was using the rules of his world to forcefully break the divine soul left behind by the level 8 divine emissary. How is it? Yi-Chen, who was advancing, turned her head and looked at God Zi-Chen. God Zi-Chen, who was connected to the real body, revealed a faint smile. It's not a big problem. The real body will be able to break the divine ring after a period of time. Hearing this, Yi-Qian's beautiful eyes lit up. She was very happy, so she asked, "What should we do next?" "Hide and hunt," God Zi-Chen said, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Soon, the level 8 divine emissary discovered that he had lost his target. He roared and rushed forward. Not long after his figure disappeared, the large group of people arrived. They were all level 7 and 8 existences. Bang! The earth shook, and Zi-Chen's figure appeared. This time it was his real body. Chapter 2686. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Zi-Chen's real body was sitting cross-legged in the world. Since he came here, he had been comprehending the saber essence. Above his head, a divine ring was floating. The divine ring was shining with divine light. On the surface of the divine ring, the power of the rules of the world was constantly stabbing at the divine ring like sharp blades. The outside of the divine ring was shrouded by the power of the rules of the world. It was because of the power of the rules that the divine soul connection between the level 8 oracles was blocked. Zi-Chen's real body opened his eyes at this time. He did not look at the divine ring above his head. When he heard the thoughts of the divine avatar, he knew that it was time for him to make a move. He stood up. Beside him were the other 3 avatars. Their bodies were surrounded by light. Their spiritual thoughts were like tentacles, extending toward the saber ancestor's tablet in the distance. In a flash, Zi-Chen's real body appeared in the outside world. The ground outside shook. The divine avatar created a scene of the real body breaking out of the ground. Then the avatar disappeared. Zi Chen's real body appeared in the crowd. The people who rushed over suddenly saw this scene, and their faces changed. Some took out their weapons and were about to attack. Some subconsciously wanted to retreat. Space-splitting slash. Zi Chen obviously would not give them the chance. He stretched out his palm and slammed it into the void. A black circle appeared beside him. Where the circle passed, the space was divided into two. The black crack contained the power of the rules. Wherever it passed, the bodies of the level 7 and level 8 oracles were forcibly cut open by the rules. However, during this process, they did not feel a strong sense of danger. It seemed that although this blow was powerful and shocking, it was not fatal. The people around separated. Such a change made their faces full of horror. At the same time, their bodies shone and they wanted to reassemble. At this time, Yi Qian appeared in a flash. Her body was shining with divine light. Her hands were quickly forming seals. Beams of divine light flew out from her body and flew in all directions. After the divine light left her body, it turned into sharp blades and fell on the bodies of the oracles that had been cut open by the space-splitting slash. Puff! 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 In an instant, numerous sounds could be heard. The arms of the divine envoys with divine rings were chopped off once again. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu with Yi Qian's current strength. It was impossible for her to chop off the arms of dozens of people in an instant. That was because these people were all high-level existences. Even the weakest among them was at the same level as her. However, when Zi Chen attacked earlier and broke their bodies, they were unable to mobilize their god power. They were unable to form an effective defense, which allowed Yi Qian to easily cut off their arms. Swish! Swish! Immediately after, Zi Chen's body transformed into numerous doppelgangers. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of Zi Chen in the field. They appeared in various places, grabbed the severed arm, and quickly returned. They disappeared from Zi Chen's side, and then Zi Chen and Yi Qian ran away again. During this time, his clone appeared again. Buzz! Powerful god power surged, and a surging aura circulated. An 8th level divine envoy's body reassembled. His face was filled with fear. Although the attack just now did not make him feel the threat of death, the other party's attack was definitely powerful to be able to cut open his body in one blow. However, this also had to do with his carelessness. At the same time, his face was filled with endless anger. His divine ring was gone. It contained all the wealth he had obtained through his hard work over the years. It was his everything. Apart from that, there were also a few law crystals, which indicated whether he could successfully enter the 9th level. But now it was gone. Everything was gone. Ah! He let out a loud roar. His voice shook the sky, and it contained endless anger and madness. Ah! Immediately after, more roars rang out. The other people's bodies also reassembled. Then they saw that their divine rings were gone. At this moment, there were dozens of people present, but only a few of them were able to keep their divine rings. The rest of them had all lost their divine rings. However, their lives were saved. Not a single one of them died. Because of this, they were even more furious. They guessed that the other party's attack was not powerful, and they had been careless. Chase! Even if I have to chase them to the ends of the earth, I will kill them. Kill! These people were all enraged and madly chased in the direction Zi Chen had fled. Love, go, little, say, W, Chu, but soon. They discovered that they had lost their spiritual connection to their divine rings. This discovery made them even more furious. However, they still did not think that these two people could pose much of a threat to them, even though some people had already seen that it was not 2 people, but 3 people. Count how many divine rings there are. In the outside world, God Zi Chen was still running away. Yi Qian flashed and appeared in Zi Chen's world. At this moment, in front of Zi Chen, there were pieces of divine crystals and some divine rings. These divine crystals were transformed from the divine envoy's arms. Zichen's gaze swept across these divine rings. He quickly counted the number and said with a smile, 25. Hearing this, Yiqian's beautiful face revealed a look of anticipation. I wonder how many law crystals there are in these divine rings. They are still alive now. They must have more or less gained something from them. As Zichen spoke, he gently waved his hand. The divine rings flew up into the air. From the heavens above, rules would descend and shroud all of the divine rings. Then the law crystals of the world began to transform into attacks and began to destroy the souls contained in these divine rings. In the outside world, God Zichen was still running away. However, as he ran, the space in front of him changed. His eyes turned cold. Obviously, he had encountered that spider again. My clone has encountered a spider. Yiqian, go and help. As Zichen spoke, he raised his head and looked at the first divine ring he had obtained. A smile appeared on his face. It seems that we will soon have our first harvest. After saying that, a golden ray of light rushed out from his head. This golden light was abnormally bright, illuminating the surroundings. This was his 7th level ancestor realm soul. It left his body and went straight up. Yiqian raised her head and looked at Zichen's soul figure. She saw him floating above the first divine ring. At this moment, a dazzling light burst out from the divine ring, and a powerful divine aura burst out. This aura was accompanied by an angry shout. You want to break my soul imprint? Dream on. The divine light became more and more dazzling. Finally, it turned into a light figure. It was a wisp of the 8th level divine envoy soul. After he appeared, he turned his head and looked around. When he saw the world Zichen was in, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is a different space. Where did you get this space? Zichen smiled faintly. How is this space? It's clearly a world. The shock on the 8th level divine envoy's face gradually disappeared. A bright light appeared in his eyes. You actually have such a thing on you. It seems that you have been hiding here all this time. A different space that can be opened in this place is definitely not ordinary. The light in the divine envoy's eyes turned into greed. Zichen looked at him and shook his head. It seems that you are an idiot like your real body. At this time, you are not thinking about how to survive. Instead, you are thinking about other things. A mere 7th level. What can you do to me? The 8th level divine envoy soul said arrogantly. When I inform my real body, it will be the time of your death. Seeing you like this, I believe that your real body must be a brainless fellow. Golden light flickered in Zichen's hand. A long saber with a sheath appeared. He held the sheath in his left hand and the hilt in his right. He stared coldly at the 8th level divine envoy soul, feeling the killing intent in his opponent's eyes. The 8th level divine envoy soul shouted, How dare you? His eyes turned cold. Golden light flickered on his body. Zichen immediately unsheathed his saber. Swoosh! A bright golden saber light accompanied by 3 saber intents went straight for the 8th level divine envoy soul. Sensing the power of this attack, the 8th level divine envoy's expression changed drastically. His hands kept forming hand seals. Divine light curled up and a large bell fell from the sky, protecting him. This was one of the more common techniques of the god race. It was called the apocalyptic sacred bell. It could be used for both offense and defense. Although the name sounded impressive, it was the most common technique of the god race. Dong! The bell rang and a divine ripple spread. This was a counterattack in defense. However, how could this little power affect Zichen? The advancing saber light did not encounter any obstruction. It slashed directly on the 8th level divine envoy's defense. Bang! The defense on the surface of his body shattered immediately. The advancing saber light did not diminish as it swept past the 8th-level divine envoy's body. A mournful scream was heard as the 8th-level divine envoy's soul scattered. An existence of this level was no threat to Zichen at all. In the outside world, a saber light swept past the body of the giant spider. God Zichen stood there. The poisonous blood all over his body turned into specks of light that fell on God Zichen's body and was absorbed by his body. In front of him, the giant spider's body turned into specks of light and dissipated, turning into a law crystal. Not far away, some tentacles were still struggling. Before Yi Qian came out, God Zichen had already finished the battle. The 8th-level divine envoy's expression suddenly changed. Then he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. He was overwhelmed with shock. He knew that he had completely lost the divine ring. In Zichen's world, after the 8th-level divine envoy soul was killed, the bright light on the divine ring immediately dimmed. At this moment, the divine ring became an ownerless object. Zichen stretched out his hand. The divine ring flew toward him. After it landed on his hand, a wisp of soul power entered it. The divine ring shone again. It had recognized its owner. "Let's see what's inside," Yi Qian asked. She was very interested. Zichen nodded. Then he immersed his spiritual senses into the divine ring and saw many things. Most of them were divine crystals, which were equivalent to wealth. The wealth of an 8th-level divine envoy was not small. The large amount made Zichen nod with satisfaction. Then he quickly scanned the divine ring with his spiritual senses and saw the law crystal. Chapter 2687. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Do you have any law crystals? Yi Qian asked. Yes, 15. Zichen nodded with a look of surprise in his eyes. 15. Yi Qian was a little surprised. She and her god's avatar had worked very hard to find law crystals and had only found 12 so far. She didn't expect this level 8 to have 15. One had to know that he was only one person along the way. How could he get so many? His luck was simply too good. In fact, no one dared to say that they were lucky when they encountered those spiders. After all, it was still very dangerous. It won't be easy for him to kill these spiders in a short period of time with his strength alone. Moreover, his attack isn't strong enough to kill the spiders in an instant. Many of these should have been snatched. Zichen took out the law crystals in the god ring. There were indeed 15 of them, the same as what they had obtained. At this moment, there were still some empty god rings in this god ring. Zichen had the world and didn't need to carry so many god rings. He waved his hand and all the things in the god ring appeared. Pieces of law crystals emitted colorful lights and were carried into the distance by the laws and placed together with the other god crystals. As for the other things, they were also placed in other places. After doing this, Zichen looked up at the god rings that were flashing with divine light. He had only opened one and found 15 law crystals. What if he opened all of them? How much would he gain? His eyes were filled with anticipation. Opening one god ring meant that the gains were even greater than before. This meant that he would be able to snatch them faster. This was a good sign. Zichen naturally wouldn't stop doing this. Moreover, these people's intentions weren't pure. Everyone had their eyes on him, so he wouldn't feel any burden to snatch them. The previous group of people had already snatched enough and were already on guard. If they continued to snatch, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Therefore, Zichen decided to find a second group of people. There were many divine envoys here this time, so there were also many people chasing after Zichen. Some of them formed groups just like before, while others formed groups of 3 to 5 and followed behind. Obviously, they wanted to be the Oriole. Zichen, that group of people, is about to catch up. Be careful. A shout that only Zichin could hear was transmitted into his world. Hearing this voice, Zichin smiled. Shadowless could go anywhere. During this period of time, he had been helping him gather information. Not only did he know where people were following him, but he also knew that the people behind him were the true experts. Zichin hid in his world. His divine avatar had already run away, but I Chien was still in his world. After concealing their auras, the existences whose divine rings had been snatched quickly flew over to where Zichin was hiding. As they charged forward, they roared again and again. Their faces were filled with endless anger. Without a doubt, he had successfully aroused public indignation. He believed that as long as he was blocked by them, both sides would immediately start fighting. There is a small team of 5 following behind. 1 is at level 8 and 4 are at level 7. Shadowless's voice sounded again. The 5 of them are already plotting to split up the others to intercept you. Zichin released his progenitor's soul and sensed the 5 approaching. Among the 5, the level 8 said in a low voice, "From the information, there are a total of 3 of them. They were able to brazenly snatch so many divine rings. On one hand, they were careless, but on the other hand, those 3 cannot be underestimated. Later, the 2 of you will split up and find a way to blend into the group. Now is the time when they are enraged. Persuade them to think of a way to block you." While moving forward, the level 8 instructed in a low voice. The 4 level 7 nodded. Shadowless, who was beside the 5 of them, heard their conversation clearly. If they are unwilling to split up, tell them that the goddess has a way to remove the soul imprint in the divine rings. When they hear that, they will be even more worried. Shadowless heard this and looked at the 5 of them. "Hey, you don't need to scheme anymore. It's useless. Now, why don't you think about whether you can keep your lives?" Shadowless reminded them out of kindness, but the 5 of them couldn't hear it. "Have you all finished discussing?" At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The void in front of them began to distort, and a door appeared. Zichin and I Chien appeared from the door. "It's the 2 of them." Seeing Zichin and I Chien, the 5 of them narrowed their eyes and stopped subconsciously. They were very surprised. They didn't know Zichin, but they knew I Chien. They knew that she was the goddess. Combined with the information they heard earlier, the person in front of them was the 3rd person. However, the one who knew the trapping god's hand was not here. "Attack!" The level 8 divine emissary's eyes flashed coldly. He ordered and took the lead to charge towards Zichin. As he rushed forward, his body shone with divine light, and he quickly formed a seal. The void behind him distorted, and a giant python surrounded by divine light appeared from the void. This giant python was hundreds of feet long. Its body was wriggling, and its scales were fine and hard. On its forehead, there was a long, sharp horn. A powerful aura emerged from the giant python's body. As soon as the giant python appeared, its cold eyes fell on Zichin. "Divine dragon kill," the level 8 divine emissary shouted. His expression was cold as he pointed at Zichin. Seeing this giant python, Zichin was very surprised. This kind of technique wasn't ordinary. It could be seen that every existence that could come here had at least 1 or 2 unique skills. Moreover, this giant python seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. At least, it was much more powerful than an ordinary world extinguishing divine skill. However, after hearing the other party shout, Zichin almost laughed out loud. "Divine dragon kill? Are you sure this isn't a joke? A giant python with a horn on its head is a divine dragon? Then where would the barbaric dragon lay long, and the others put their faces? A mere snake dares to call itself a divine dragon? What a joke!" Zichin sneered. A sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. His gaze gradually became cold. A hissing sound came from the front as the giant python flew towards him. The long horn on its head was shining with divine light. Then a colorful lightning shot out from it. It was as if the lightning of the divine world was connected to the vault of heaven. Above the vault of heaven, thick clouds rolled as one after another divine light was faintly discernible. In the next moment, the sound of thunder resounded as the lightning fell from the sky towards Zichen. Seeing this lightning, the lightning flashed under Zichen's feet. He didn't use the heavenly lightning wings. His figure was constantly flickering as the colorful lightning brushed past his body. These lightning bolts contained a powerful divine power. They directly fell on the ground as if they were chains made of lightning. Rumbling sound resounded one after another. Thick smoke rolled on the ground as the ground exploded. Soil splashed everywhere as the smoke covered the sky. Zichen's body flew through the air as he was shrouded in smoke. He bypassed the lightning bolts and arrived in front of the level 8 divine emissary. Humph! Seeing the arrival of Zichen, the level 8 divine emissary disdainfully snorted. A mere level 7 divine emissary dared to rush in front of him. He was simply courting death. His eyes flashed with killing intent. His expression was extremely cold. His hands moved again as he pointed towards Zichen. At this moment, the huge serpent had already arrived in front of the 8th level divine emissary. Its huge body completely covered the 8th level divine emissary. At the same time, it opened its big mouth and bit towards Zichen. The moment it opened its mouth, the void darkened as if space was being swallowed. Endless oppressive force came from all directions and fell on Zichen's body. Zichen fell into endless darkness. He let out a loud shout as the long saber in his hand was unsheathed in an instant. Clang! The crisp sound of the saber being unsheathed resounded as boundless light appeared in the dark void. Light appeared in front of Zichen's eyes. This light grew brighter and brighter as if it was tearing apart the night. The golden saber light slashed down, splitting the dark void in the middle. The sound of a giant python's painful hiss could be heard. The speed of the saber light did not decrease as it continued to move forward. The level 8 divine emissary had a look of disbelief on his face as the saber light landed on his body. Bang! The defense on his body shattered in an instant. At the same time, the saber light slashed down diagonally. Huft! Divine blood spurted out as his body was split in half. After killing the level 8 divine emissary with a single slash, the other 4 level 7 divine emissaries were horrified. At this moment, the first thing that came to their minds was to escape. However, at this moment, Yi Qian, who was already prepared, instantly rushed out with the divine light that surrounded her body. Spirit binding. The divine light turned into 4 rays of light and spread out, wrapping around the 4 of them in layers. Buzz! Zichen's long saber was unsheathed at this moment, and a golden saber arc appeared. The saber arc contained 3 saber intents. After it appeared, it instantly spread out and kept expanding. When it had extended to dozens of feet, it swept past the 4 divine emissaries' bodies. Uft, 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 uft. The bodies of the 4 divine emissaries were all split open. The heaven-defying energy contained in the saber edge forcibly obliterated their vitality. This time, Zichen did not hold back and killed 5 of them with 2 slashes. He quickly stepped forward and collected the corpses of the 5 divine emissaries. Then he returned to his own world with Yi Qian. After that, he opened his world and chose to teleport over a long distance. The battle here quickly alarmed the others. When they arrived, there was no one left except for the messy ground and the divine blood that spilled on the ground. Although they did not see the real battle, it did not prevent them from feeling the power of the previous battle through the aftermath. As for those who wanted to be the Oriole, they naturally had to weigh their own abilities. Moreover, the other party had started to kill, which clearly indicated that he would not hold back in the future. Ji Wei and the others quickly arrived. Through the remaining aura fluctuations, they could sense that it was a battle between level 8 experts. Moreover, Among them was Zichen, whom they were very familiar with. He has started to kill and rob. It seems that it's time for the level 9 to reel in the net. He looked over and saw other grade 9 cultivators flying forward. This time they did not hide their auras. Chapter 2688. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After killing 1 8th level and 4 7th level, Zichen and Yi Qian continued forward. This time, however, they didn't hide it. They really started killing. Love, go, little, say, W, Chu with teleportation. His speed was unprecedentedly fast. It was obviously impossible for those people to catch up with him. Puff! Sword light flashed, and several 7th level experts were killed. Yi Qian took away the divine rings. After killing several groups of 7th level and 8th level divine envoys, the news of the massacre finally spread. For a moment, those who wanted to treat God Zichen as a pushover stopped. Of course, they wanted to get the God-trapping hand. However, compared to the God-trapping hand, their lives were obviously more important. Although the other party was only 7th level, he could kill an 8th level existence with one move. When the news spread, it caused an uproar. Except for some who lost their divine rings and were still unwilling to give up, the others all retreated. Just as they were retreating, they encountered some 9th level experts, which made them even more shocked. Obviously, they weren't the only ones who had designs on that guy. At the same time, they were very glad that they realized it early. Otherwise, even if they got the God-trapping hand and the token, they would have been snatched away by those 9th level experts. Although there was only a 1 level difference between 9th level and 8th level, the difference in combat power was still very obvious. At this level, divine envoys were already the strongest. One more step, and they could become generals in the God realm. After seeing those 9th level experts, they completely gave up hope. However, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they turned back, curious about how things would develop next. In the midst of the massacre, those 7th level and 8th level experts left, but there were still some who didn't. Those people were the ones who lost their divine rings. They were obviously unwilling to leave, even if they knew that if they continued to chase, they would only die. They worked hard for many years to get the wealth in those divine rings. Now that the divine rings were gone, their years of hard work had gone down the drain. Love, go, little, say, W, Chu, even though they had an almost endless lifespan, and even though they could still obtain some benefits in the future, they still chose to continue the chase, even if they might lose their lives. In Zichen's world, Shadowless's figure appeared. He said, "Some of them left, but some of them are still chasing." "Looks like you still haven't given up," said Zichen. "No, they've already given up. They're only here for the divine ring." Shadowless said, "Divine ring." Zichen was slightly taken aback when he heard this. These divine rings contain all their gains after they became divine envoys. Now that we have taken their gains, they are naturally very unwilling. Yi Qian, who was standing at the side, said, "Ever since Zichen chose to kill, she had never left. She had been following him and assisting him. Shouldn't you be prepared to be robbed before you steal from others?" Zichen asked. He didn't understand their behavior. That's true, but no one is willing to lose everything. Some people left because they still have cities. They should be city lords, and most of their wealth is in the core of the city. These people clearly know that there will be danger, but they still chose to chase after us. "Clearly they don't have cities," Yi Qian said as she stared at Zichen with her beautiful eyes. "Then what do you think we should do?" Zichen said, "Anyway, we don't care about this wealth. Why don't we return it to them? Of course, we have to take those law crystals. Consider the price they have to pay." Zichen naturally had no objections to Yi Qian's suggestion. He had his own world. As long as he went to the territory of creatures from another space-time, he could start a massacre in the world. Then the harvest would be very impressive. Perhaps it couldn't be compared to the wealth in these divine rings, but he had a way to quickly obtain wealth. Zichen really didn't care about the wealth here. Moreover, since I Chien had spoken, he naturally had to support the kindness of the goddess. He had no objections. Therefore, Zichen raised his head and glanced at the divine rings. He saw that all the restrictions on the divine rings had been broken, and there were the sole imprints of the divine envoys in them. A dazzling golden light flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into a pure soul body. It stood in the air, holding a sheathed golden saber in its hand. The soul body looked at the divine rings with a cold light in its eyes. The next moment, the soul body unsheathed its saber. A bright golden saber light swept towards the divine rings in front of it. This was an attack from his soul. It was already very terrifying. In addition, the soul imprints in these divine rings were just a wisp. They weren't as strong as the main body. Wherever the golden blade light passed, silhouettes rushed out from the divine ring one after another. Those silhouettes were shining with intense divine light. After they came out, they started to form seals to form a defense. They wanted to block the attack. Pum! Pum! Wherever the golden saber light passed, the sound of the defense shattering could be heard. Then, the saber light swept past their bodies. The next moment, screams sounded in this world. The wisps of souls of the divine envoys were all destroyed in an instant. Then, all the divine rings became ownerless items. Zichen waved his hand, and all the divine rings flew down. Let's see how many law crystals there are inside. As Zichen spoke, he took a divine ring. He didn't deliberately refine it to recognize him as its master. He just transferred a strand of energy into it. Then he saw the things inside the divine ring. He quickly scanned it with his spiritual sense, mainly looking for law crystals. Besides Zichen, I Chien also stepped forward to help. She stretched out her slender, jade-like hand and picked up a divine ring to investigate. Yes, I have 3 here. Zichen withdrew his spiritual sense, and the 3 law crystals floated beside him. I have 2 here, I Chien said, and also took out 2 law crystals. This one is unlucky. You don't have any. I don't have this either. I can't even get a single law crystal. I really don't know where this person got the confidence to snatch the god-trapping hand. I Chien withdrew her spiritual sense, pouted her red lips, and said unhappily. When Zichen saw this, he chuckled softly and continued searching for the next divine ring. Soon, the 2 of them finished investigating the 20 divine rings they'd obtained last time. Apart from the law crystals, Zichen didn't touch anything else. There were over 20 divine rings in total, and he had obtained 52 law crystals. This was not a small harvest. After putting away the law crystals, Zichen looked at I Chien and said, Next, I'll have to trouble you to deliver these divine rings. I Chien was a goddess, so it was naturally better for her to deliver the divine rings. All along, everyone had thought that it was I Chien, the goddess, who broke the souls in the divine rings. I Chien didn't refuse. She picked up the divine rings and then, under Zichen's lead, flew toward the divine envoys who were still chasing. At this moment, there were still a dozen people in the group who were unwilling to give up. The divine rings contained all the wealth, but now they had almost lost their target. Not only had they lost their target, but they had also lost their connection to the divine rings. Just as they were unable to find their target, their expressions suddenly changed, and then they all coughed up a mouthful of blood. This scene meant that they were completely not fated with the divine rings. For a moment, everyone's faces turned pale. To be able to break all their divine rings at once, in their opinion, the goddess must have used some method. For a moment, their hearts were like dead ashes. This time, they'd really tried to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Their many years of wealth was gone just like that. Just as they didn't know what to do next, the space in front of them suddenly began to distort, and two figures walked out. They were the targets they were looking for. When they saw the two of them, their first reaction wasn't to go up and fight, but to be on guard. The two of them might be here to kill them. Seeing everyone's nervous expressions, Yi Qian took out the divine rings on her body and said, "These are your things. We've taken the law crystals, but we didn't touch the rest. Consider this a lesson for you. If there's a next time, there won't be such a good thing." After saying that, Yi Qian shook her hand and threw the divine rings away. There were more than 20 divine rings, but there were only a dozen people. When these people saw the divine rings, it was as if they saw endless wealth. They didn't have time to be on guard against Yi Qian and Ziqin, and directly flew forward. During this time, someone quickly picked up a divine ring, and after examining it, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. He cupped his fists at Yi Qian from afar, and then quickly left. However, there were also some people who, while joy appeared in their eyes after obtaining the divine rings, also flashed with a cold light. They had been allies just a moment ago, but in the next moment, they attacked and killed each other. Yi Qian stood there, and when she saw this scene, her pretty face immediately changed. The battle had already broken out in front of them. "Let's go. This has nothing to do with us anymore." Ziqin also saw the battle in front of them, but he was already numb to it. He pulled Yi Qian and turned to leave. Yi Qian shook her head in disappointment and left with Ziqin. "They're here. Come quickly. They're here. The one who knows the god-trapping hand is here. Everyone come quickly." At this moment, the people who had divine rings in their hands behind them started shouting loudly. Their voices traveled very far. When Yi Qian heard this, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She wanted to turn around. Ziqin pulled her back and didn't let her turn around. "Don't worry. We will be discovered by them sooner or later. Besides, this problem will have to be dealt with sooner or later." With that, the two of them turned into streaks of light and flew into the distance. At this moment, a powerful level 9 aura erupted behind them. The level 9 powerhouses who had been chasing them had finally caught up. "Stop right there," shouted one of the level 9 powerhouses as he flew rapidly. Beside the level 9 powerhouse, Saman said coldly, "If you have the ability, don't run and fight 300 rounds with your master, Saman. If you hadn't run last time, this battle would have been over in 1 round." Ziqin's cold voice was heard from the front. However, at this moment, Ziqin sensed level 9 auras on both sides. It was obvious that the level 9 powerhouses who had been chasing them were heading in this direction. When he had been a level 6, he had already fought level 9 powerhouses. Now that he was a level 7 powerhouse, he was naturally confident that he could fight level 9 powerhouses. However, this was limited to one level 9 powerhouse. At this moment, there were more than 10 level 9 auras around them. Ziqin naturally didn't have the guts to stop. He could only rendezvous with his god's clone and shake off the pursuit of these level 9 powerhouses. "I'm sorry," Yi Qian said apologetically as the level 9 powerhouses got closer and closer. Chapter 2689. A Genius Remembers Love in a Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Yi Qian's body glowed with divine light. Her colorful dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her slender figure. However, there was an apologetic and guilty look on her beautiful face. If she hadn't wanted to return the divine ring, they wouldn't have been discovered. "Silly girl, it's not your fault." Ziqin looked at Yi Qian. "But if it wasn't for me," Yi Qian said apologetically. However, before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Ziqin. "You returned the divine ring because of your kindness. They exposed us because of their unrighteousness. It's their fault for harming us after obtaining the divine ring. You don't have to blame yourself. There's nothing wrong with being kind. They are the ones at fault." Those level 9 auras were getting closer. Ziqin smiled coldly. Moreover, what can they do even if they surround us? Could it be that they can still surround and kill us? As he finished speaking, the void in front of him distorted. A space portal appeared. He pulled Yi Qian into the space portal. 10,000 miles away, the space portal appeared again. Two figures appeared. They were Yi Qian and Ziqin. In front of them, a light figure flew back. It was a god's clone. Both parties met. He had his own world. As long as he wanted to leave, no one could stop Ziqin. Seeing Ziqin and Yi Qian disappear into the space portal, the level 9 experts behind them were shocked. Their divine light shone brightly. Powerful auras surged as they sped up. However, when they got close, the space portal was already closed. They couldn't find any trace of the two within the range of their divine telekinesis. They disappeared. The expressions of the group of level 9 experts changed. They were all very puzzled. Saman and level 9 also came here, but they were also confused. 10,000 miles away, due south. At this moment, a voice was transmitted into Saman's mind. Saman was pleasantly surprised when he heard the voice. He pointed to the south and said, "They're here. Go after them." Everyone headed south. During this period of time, Ji Wei and the others reappeared. Their team was considered the largest in this group, with 5 grade 9 experts in charge. Furthermore, these 5 level 9s were all people assigned to them by the celestial deity. Their combat power naturally could not be underestimated. "Indeed, it's there," one of the rank 9s said. He was Ben, Senlu's bodyguard. "If we travel 10,000 miles each time, it will be troublesome." Yan Wei frowned slightly. However, they did not stop and continued to follow. The previous battles for the divine rings were still ongoing. This was a huge amount of wealth. Once they obtained it, it would be worth it even if they did not obtain anything else this time. In order to obtain this wealth, they did not hesitate to use all means and methods. Those who had been content with what they had before had already left, leaving behind only those who were not content. One of them had obtained several divine rings, but after opening them, he discovered that the law crystals inside were all gone. Someone said unhappily, "What kind of kindness? If you really have good intentions, why didn't you leave the law crystal for us?" Someone at the side agreed. They were very dissatisfied with Ziqin's action of taking the law crystal. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged from afar. 2 grade 9 experts were following behind. Everyone did not care about this. This was because they knew that the target of these grade 9 experts was the guy who knew how to use the trapping hand. Moreover, they were the ones who reported the tracks. However, these 2 grade 9 experts did not immediately pursue the south. Instead, they rushed in this direction. Clearly, they knew what these people were doing. After that, they could only scatter and search for Ziqin's traces. This world was big enough that it was not easy to find a person. Among the grade 9 experts who were searching for Ziqin was Willie. Under the situation where he could not enter the entrance, he naturally wanted to come here to join in the fun. Moreover, with so many grade 9 experts gathered, he also wanted to see what the 2 people beside the Divine Maiden were capable of to make the Divine Maiden not bring grade 9 experts, but 2 grade 7 experts. This kind of trial was full of danger. All the sons of gods had grade 9 experts following them, and their fighting strength was extraordinary. However, Yi Qian did not bring any of them, which aroused Willie's curiosity. At the same time, he also wanted to see that person's god trapping hand. Beside Willie, there was a bald man in a black robe. As he walked, his black robe fluttered in the wind, and occasionally divine light would surge out. Under his black robe, he wore a divine armor. The grade of this divine armor was equivalent to a saint weapon in the human world. It was very valuable and could not be exchanged for by ordinary divine envoys. He knew the god trapping hand and had a token with him. After coming to this world, he had been following Willie. He turned his head to look at Willie and said, "Do you want me to test him?" Willie shook his head and said, "No need. There are many grade 9 experts this time. I see that St. Gio and the others are also here. I believe that they will fight in the end." St. Gio was another grade 9 expert with a token. Other than Zichin, who was grade 7, the other holders of the 6 tokens were all grade 9 experts, and their fighting strength was not weak. None of the grade 9 experts who could come here were weak. After all, those who could reach this step in the divine realm were all extraordinary existences. If I don't have to fight, then what are we going to do? The bald man said with some dissatisfaction, "Let's go and see his god, Trapping Hand." "My lord guessed that his god, Trapping Hand, might be different," said Willie. The lord he was referring to was naturally divine King Sander. "What's different?" asked the bald man in the black robe. "Maybe it's more complete, or maybe it's the real god, Trapping Hand." Hearing this, the bald man's expression changed slightly. Zichan and Yi Qian teleported a few times, and then went far away again. There were too many grade 9 experts chasing after them, and he did not want to fight at this time. His real body returned to this world, and he continued to study the saber ancestor steel. Yi Qian stood beside him, doing nothing. Most of the time, she just sat there, holding her chin with her hands, and looked at Zichan in a daze. The divine clone was still running forward aimlessly, but as he ran, he encountered spiders formed from law crystals, so the divine clone killed them along the way. Poof! The stone knife flashed with divine light and forcefully cut open the spider's body. Its poisonous blood turned into bits of law, and he absorbed them. This was his only chance to absorb these laws. Along the way, he absorbed them bit by bit, and he felt his soul power grow a little. Collecting the law crystals in front of him, God Zichen glanced at the tentacles that had stopped struggling on the ground. Every time a spider appeared, it meant that there was an invisible creature working with it. But so far, he had not killed a single one. According to Zichen's plan, it was fine to just run like this, and he could get more law crystals along the way. Now, God Zichen could quickly kill a spider on his own. During this time, Shadowless would act as a lookout for him, so he was rarely surrounded. If there was really no other way, he would teleport his main body. According to his original plan, he would just keep going like this. He did not believe that these people would be so free as to keep chasing after him forever. However, after being hunted down for 2 whole months, Zichan was truly convinced of his strength. Afterward, he asked Shadowless, and it told him that there was an entrance in the depths that had not been opened yet. These people really had nothing to do, so they had the patience to waste time with him. Not to mention just 2 months. It might even take more than 100 years. In these 2 months, his main body had teleported dozens of times, but he was constantly disturbed, so he did not learn anything. Moreover, even the law crystals he obtained were few and far between. In the end, Zichen made up his mind to fight directly, but the prerequisite was that Shadowless had to find a grade 9 who acted alone. In a mountain forest, God Zichen sat cross-legged, divine light swirling around him as he absorbed the divine power of heaven and earth. It looked like he was cultivating. In the distance, a streak of divine light flew over, sensing the abnormality in the mountain forest from afar. It was a tall and thin man. When he released his divine sense and saw God Zichen, his lips curled into a cold smile. "Everyone is looking for you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Since I'm lucky enough to run into you, you can't run away." The grade 9 divine emissary's figure descended, divine power surging from his body as his aura of a grade 9 pressed down. Boom! 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 The 9th level divine envoy hadn't even landed on the ground when a series of explosive sounds came from below. The ancient trees in the mountain forest instantly exploded, and even some of the mountain peaks directly exploded. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air, covering the sky. Chapter 2690. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Such a change didn't come from God Zichin, but from the level 9 divine envoy. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu obviously, before coming here, he had heard about the massacre of levels 7 and 8. He guessed that there was more than one person. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Perhaps he was plotting something. The mountain rocks shattered and the ancient trees exploded. Boundless energy swept through the surroundings, forming a terrifying force. Swoosh! Swoosh! The trees and rocks that had exploded were quickly destroyed by a powerful force, turning into endless powder and disappearing. The world quickly returned to normal, and the forest turned into a plain. On the plain, God Zichen's body was surrounded by divine light. He was sitting cross-legged on an irregular stone pillar. This stone pillar was left behind from the previous mountain peak. He opened his eyes, stood up, and looked at the level 9 divine envoy. If you know what's good for you, hand over the god, trapping hand, and the token quickly. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The level 9 divine envoy said coldly, his expression unusually cold. God Zichin looked at him and smiled coldly. His answer was to take out his stone knife and point it at the level 9 divine envoy. You're courting death. The level 9 divine envoy's eyes flashed coldly. God Zichin slashed down with his knife, and the sharp knife went straight for the level 9 divine envoy, carrying a powerful aura. Bright divine light immediately lit up the surroundings, and an extremely strong, oppressive aura appeared. A mere level 7 divine envoy dares to attack me? You really want to die. Divine light flashed on the level 9 divine envoy's body, and the power of the 9 divine envoys began to flow on the surface of his body. He clenched his fist and punched at the knife light in front of him. Bang! The fist and the knife light collided, and there was a violent explosion. The void trembled, and a powerful wave of energy spread out in all directions. The knife light and the fist shattered in an instant, and the powerful energy waves continued to wreak havoc in the sky. God Zichin tapped his foot, and the remaining stone pillars shattered. He rushed forward, his body shining with divine light. He passed through the vibrating energy waves and went straight for the level 9 divine envoy. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu. What was worth mentioning was that Zichin did not exchange any other divine skills for his divine clone because he was too focused on the strength of his true body. Apart from the god trapping hand, he only had a few other ordinary Armageddon divine skills. As for a heavenly god skill like the god trapping hand, the doppelganger's divine soul had yet to awaken. Therefore, the only thing he could rely on to fight the current level 7 against the level 9 was this extraordinary stone saber. This was a truly powerful weapon, and its grade was even higher than some saint weapons. This was his greatest source of confidence. Schwa! The doppelganger passed through the layers of energy and chopped down with its blade. A divine blade light fell down and went straight towards the 9th level divine envoy. Scram! The 9th level divine emissary shouted loudly. He clenched his fist and punched out. He didn't use any powerful divine skills because he didn't think it was necessary at all. It was already very good that the 9th level divine emissary didn't kill him in an instant. If he used any divine skills, he was afraid that his opponent wouldn't be left with anything. He wouldn't forget what his purpose was. The dazzling fist light went against the sky and went straight for the falling blade. It was such a punch that had easily destroyed the blade light. But this time, the situation was completely reversed. Puff! The blade chopped down, and the 9th level divine emissary's powerful punch was destroyed in an instant. At the same time, the blade light fell and collided with the 9th level divine emissary's fist. Boundless divine light shone, and the 9th level divine emissary flew backward. At this moment, his face was full of fear. There was a bloody mark on his fist, and the blood of a god dripped down from the mark. If it wasn't for his quick reflexes, the knife would have cut through his fist, splitting his arm and fist apart. Obviously, the blade that was flickering with divine light was extraordinarily sharp. The 9th level divine emissary looked up and down at the stone blade in Zichen's hand. The fear in his eyes gradually turned into greed. It was obvious that this was an extremely rare treasure. After obtaining it, not to mention whether it could fight against a divine general, it could at least sweep away those of the same level. Invincible among those of the same level. This was very amazing in the divine world. Good, very good. I also want this blade. The 9th level divine emissary said and rushed towards Zichen. As he rushed forward, he stretched out his hand, and a light of energy appeared in his palm. It was like a rope that wrapped around God Zichen. God Zichen didn't retreat. Instead, the stone blade in his hand instantly cut through the ropes. God Zichen's speed didn't decrease, and he directly slashed forward. The blade light flashed, and the 9th level divine emissary's defense was shattered in an instant. His body flew backward. The 9th level divine emissary's eyes became brighter and brighter. Now he was almost certain that the blade was not ordinary. If the 7th level divine emissary had such power, then what about the 9th level divine emissary? While other thoughts were in his mind, his body retreated again and again. He stood in the distance, and the greed in his eyes gradually became cold. His hands began to form seals, and his expression became dignified. As the seals fell, the void behind him distorted, and a large blade surrounded by divine light appeared. This large blade was hundreds of feet long, and it floated above the 9th level divine emissary's head. Boundless divine light shone, and it emitted powerful divine fluctuations. When Zichen saw the energy blade, he felt a strong pressure. Obviously, this was another divine technique that surpassed ordinary divine techniques. He held the blade in front of his chest, and the divine light on his body became brighter. The light enveloped his body, and the pressure of the blade was blocked outside. Divine blade slash. Following the 9th level divine emissary shout, the large blade floating above immediately shone with an even brighter divine light. Then it fell from the sky and slashed toward God Zichen's head. Swoosh! As the blade light fell, the space twisted crazily as if it was going to be cut open by this blade. Boundless divine power raged. Before the blade light fell, the ground below, which had already been leveled, cracked open again, and rumbling sounds could be heard. Facing this attack, God Zichen took a deep breath and poured the energy in his body into the stone blade. The stone blade began to tremble, and it burst out with divine light. He shouted loudly and slashed upward with the blade. A blade light, like a waterfall, went against the heavens and collided with the energy blade light that was falling. Boom! The powerful collision caused an earth-shaking explosion, and powerful energy swept out in all directions. Heaven and earth were instantly shrouded by the divine light energy, and it continued to spread out. The terrifying sound of the explosion spread far and wide. Below, the ground exploded, and endless smoke and dust soared into the sky. The 9th level divine emissary stepped forward and waved his sleeve. The smoke and dust dispersed, and in the aftermath of the explosion, he saw that the 7th level divine emissary was still in perfect condition. Interesting. Take care of my blade for me. A smile appeared on the 9th level divine envoy's face. He made a hand seal, and the space behind him distorted once again. This time, 2 divine blades appeared. When these 2 divine blades appeared, they seemed to have some kind of connection with each other. Divine light constantly flashed between the 2 blades like a chain. Today, I will let you experience my 7-blade slash. Let's see how many blades you can block. After the 9th level divine emissary finished speaking, he pointed at God Zichen, and the 2 divine blades behind him fell once again. As they fell, The divine light on the two divine blades became even more powerful and terrifying. Its power was far more than before. God Zi Chen's expression became slightly dignified. He jumped up, and the stone blade in his hand fiercely slashed upward. Swoosh! A sword arc went against the sky and collided with the two divine blades, and a powerful force exploded. In the sky, boundless energy surged. God Zi Chen's body fell from above and then retreated in the void. Every time he took a step back, the void would tremble, and there would be a thunderous sound between heaven and earth. He retreated 6 steps in a row, and after dissolving the previous residual energy, he was still intact. Only when he fought with the 9th level divine emissary did he realize how powerful his opponent was. If he didn't have the stone blade, he didn't know any other techniques, and he was 2 levels lower than his opponent. It was inevitable that he would be injured. After stabilizing his body, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he directly rushed toward the 9th level divine emissary. In addition to the stone blade, he had another advantage, and that was the amazing God's bone. However, if he wanted to use this technique, he had to get close to his opponent. But after seeing God Zi Chen rush forward, the 9th level divine emissary smiled coldly. He moved his hands again, and 3 blades appeared behind him. These 3 blades, 1 above and 2 below, formed a triangular shape. During this time, divine light constantly flowed within the triangular range, like a small blade array. Slash! As the cold voice fell, the 3 blades fell from the sky. This time they were faster, and the void seemed to be frozen by these 3 blades. God Zi Chen, who was moving forward, felt that his chi was completely locked. When he looked up, he saw that the 3 blades had enveloped him. Buzz! So he had to give up on rushing forward. The stone blade in his hand trembled again, and his body soared into the sky. Boom! The 3 saber lights exploded in the sky, turning into a terrifying energy that swept through the sky. Amidst the violent energy, a bright saber light would break through the energy from time to time. The 9th level divine emissary looked up at this scene, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was at the 9th level, so it was easy for him to deal with a mere 7th level. Behind him, 4 more blades appeared. He didn't believe that his opponent could withstand it, but he was still prepared. The energy in the sky was quickly dissipating, and God Zi Chen was standing in the middle of it. His robe was somewhat tattered, and his face was slightly pale, but he still managed to block such a powerful technique. Interesting. Then let's try my 4 blades again. There's still 5, 6, or 7 blades left. I don't know if you can block them. The 9th level divine emissary smiled sarcastically, and the 4 blades flew toward God Zi Chen. Blocking 3 blades was already a bit difficult for God Zi Chen. At this moment, if he blocked 4 more blades, he would definitely be injured. If he continued to block 5, 6, or 7 more blades, he would die. Since he couldn't get close to God to use his greatest advantage, he could only think of another way. His real body didn't appear, and he obviously didn't plan to attack. So he put away his stone blade, and his body began to retreat, forming seals in the air. Chapter 2691. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Since he could not get close, he could only think of a way to attack from afar. Fortunately, God Zi Chen knew a way to attack from afar. It was his only way. Just as God Zi Chen was forming seals, there were rays of light flying over from afar. They had sensed the fluctuations of the battle and came over. However, they did not approach immediately after arriving. Instead, they stood at a distance and watched the battle. Seeing the 4 flashing blade lights, someone's expression changed and he exclaimed, "This is the divine skill, 7-blade godly slash. That person is Mayor Emoshidi." Mayor Emoshidi was quite famous in the outer region of the 10th domain. He was extremely powerful, and his 7-blade, godly slash had killed someone of the same level as him. In the divine world, as one's level increased, he was still able to kill someone of the same level as him. Mayor Emoshidi's opponent is a level 7. Is he the one who knows the heavenly god skill, God Trapping Hand? He managed to block the first 3 slashes. His combat power is not weak. Not only is he not weak, he is extremely powerful. If it was any other level 7, he would have died many times over. Everyone was discussing loudly when they saw the scene. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the terrifying power of the 4-blade godly slash. If it were them, they would not be able to block it at all. However, the level 7 was forming seals, and judging from his expression, he seemed to be able to block the attack. In the next moment, an even louder exclamation was heard. The seal in the level 7's hands fell, and the void started to distort. A huge palm that was emitting divine light descended from the sky and went straight for the 4-blade lights. The moment the god's palm appeared, the god's energy that surged between the heavens and the earth frantically gathered towards the palm. At the same time, an extremely powerful pressure spread out in all directions with the god's palm as the center. Feeling the powerful fluctuation, all the divine envoys were shocked. This was because they had recognized that it was the heavenly god skill, God Trapping Hand. This was a skill created by a heavenly god, and it was one of the strongest skills in the divine world. Seeing the God Trapping Hand, Emoshidi's expression changed instantly, and his eyes became even more fervent. A mere level 7 had such power. If he could obtain everything from Emoshidi, how powerful would he be? Boom! The god trapping palm descended from the sky, causing the void to vibrate continuously. The power of the gods in the world was being absorbed madly. At the same time, the descending god trapping palm was getting bigger and bigger, and its aura was getting stronger and stronger. The 4 saber lights that had already formed a saber formation were affected by the descending aura of the god Trapping Hand. The saber formation gradually became unstable, and the energy contained within it quickly dissipated. Finally, it collapsed with a loud bang. What? Seeing this scene, Maxi D's expression changed drastically. His 4-blade godly slash had not even landed when it was broken by the aura of the god Trapping Hand. The surrounding people were also incomparably shocked. For most of them, this was the first time they had seen the god Trapping Hand. They had never imagined that the god Trapping Hand would be so terrifying. The god Trapping Hand descended from the sky, heading straight for Maxi D. Shwa! Divine light flickered under Emoshidi's feet, but he wanted to dodge this attack immediately. Regardless of whether his opponent was of the 7th level or not, this was a well-known heavenly god skill in the divine realm. Naturally, he could not afford to be careless. However, just as he retreated and used the fleet footsteps, his expression changed again. This was because he realized that his fleet footsteps could only move forward in a small space. It was as if the god Trapping Hand had isolated the void at this moment. The range that he could move within was the range that the god Trapping Hand could attack. How could this be? For the first time, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. However, as expected of a 9th level existence, he quickly calmed down. 5 saber lights appeared behind him. As soon as these 5 saber lights appeared, they immediately headed for the god Trapping Hand that was already descending. Pooh! 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 The 5 saber lights passed through the powerful palm one after another. Then the space that was sealed by the palm disappeared in an instant. However, before Maxi D could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw that the palm, which had lost its oppressive aura, moved even faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, the palm arrived in front of him and grabbed him. Just as his body was grabbed by the god Trapping Hand, God Zichin, who had already prepared everything, used the fleet footsteps to quickly close the distance and slashed forward with a saber. This slash did not trigger any saber light, but the surface of the saber shone with divine brilliance. At this moment, it was obvious that God Zichen wanted to rely on the sharpness of the stone saber to deal with the 9th level. Pooh! The stone saber slashed, and a soft sound was heard. Maxi D's head was severed from his neck and flew high into the air. Divine blood splattered everywhere, bringing with it a large area of colorful light. When the crowd in the distance saw that Maxi D's head was chopped off, they immediately burst into an uproar. However, in the next moment, they saw that the 7th level did not pursue and destroy Maxi D's vitality. Instead, he slashed down with his saber again, cutting through Maxi D's left hand. The hand with the divine ring flew up. God Zichen immediately withdrew his god's left hand and ran away without looking back. When he retreated a few thousand feet, the god trapping hand turned into light spots and disappeared. Maxi D, who was caught by the god trapping hand, turned into pure energy and collapsed. Maxi D only had his head left. He let out an unwilling roar, and boundless divine light shone from his head like a colorful sun. Below his head, his flesh began to regenerate. Zichen of God had already run far away, but the battlefield was still silent. The people who were watching the battle from afar were all shocked. The powerful city, Lord Maxi D, had used the 7-blade divine slash. Not only did he not suppress the 7th level, but he was also beheaded by the 7th level and almost died. While they were shocked, they also deeply felt the power and terror of the heavenly god skill. The aura just now was too shocking. Maxi D didn't die. It wasn't that God Zichen was soft-hearted and didn't want to kill him, but it was too difficult for a 7th level to kill a 9th level. Rather than that, he might as well take the divine ring and run away. He believed that the 9th level opponent should have a lot of law crystals on him. Maxi D's body quickly regenerated, but his face was unusually pale. It wasn't only because of anger, but also because of the great exhaustion. However, this matter was obviously not over. He roared and chased after Skeleton. The spectators in the distance also went forward to watch the show. After the crowd left, there were still some people who didn't follow. Among them was Chi Wei and his group. "This is Skeleton's true strength," Chi Wei said. His expression became extremely solemn, especially when the god trapping hand appeared just now. It made him feel a dangerous aura. This gave him the illusion that if the god trapping hand were to grab him, his body would explode in an instant. Is that the god trapping hand? No wonder it's a heavenly god skill. It's really powerful. If that move appears, I believe no one can block it. Fortunately, his cultivation level isn't high. Otherwise, no one can suppress him. Beside them, Ben Senlu's 9th level guard said, "Those who know the god trapping hand should be able to suppress him, right?" Ben Senlu said, "That's possible. However, they already know the god trapping hand and have a token. They might not attack. The only way now is to surround him with 2 or 3 9th level guards while his cultivation level isn't high. If it's a one-on-one fight, it's impossible to subdue him," the 9th level guard said. Hearing that, Chi Wei turned his head and looked into the distance. There, Wiley was standing with a few people. They had arrived early, but they didn't immediately chase after Skeleton. "How is it?" Wiley looked at the bald man in black robes beside him. "That god-trapping hand is indeed unusual. It's also different from mine. Mine can only trap, but his seems to have other changes," the bald man in black robes said. "Then, do you still have the confidence to deal with him?" "He's only a 7th level. Of course, I have full confidence," the bald man in black robes said. "Let alone me. Any 2 9th level guards would be able to suppress him if they worked together." At that moment, a loud shout came from the front. "It's blocked! It's Brother Ryan." Hearing that voice, Wiley smiled faintly and said, "Let's go and see if Brother Ryan can subdue him." Those 2 brothers aren't weak, and they work well together. Naturally, there won't be a problem, the bald man in black robe said. On the other side, Chi Wei and the others were also flying forward. They were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they caught up with the fleeing god Ziqin. The reason they could catch up so quickly was because god Ziqin was blocked by two brothers who looked similar. They were very fast and rushed toward god Ziqin. After a slight pause, god Ziqin increased his speed again and rushed forward with his blade. The two sides closed in on each other in the blink of an eye. The two ninth level guards attacked, and powerful auras appeared in the sky. Puff! God Ziqin was hit and coughed up blood, but he didn't slow down and rushed toward the two. In the eyes of the crowd, such a scene was simply courting death. Maxi D, who came later, saw this scene, but he didn't say anything. He also wanted to see what was different about this 7th level when he got close. However, he didn't stop. Obviously, they were going to work together to surround the opponent. In the blink of an eye, god Ziqin rushed in front of the two 9th level guards. The stone blade in his hand flashed with divine light, and he slashed forward. In the meantime, the attacks of the two 9th level guards fell on him. Puff! Puff! Two sharp blades pierced through his body. However, god Ziqin didn't have any reaction. The stone blade in his hand slashed, and the head of a 9th level guard was easily cut off. At the same time, he swung his blade again and stabbed the chest of the other 9th level guard, completely piercing through. The defense of a 9th level guard was nothing in front of the stone blade. It was broken in an instant. When the crowd in the distance saw this scene, they were all shocked. Chapter 2692. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The powerful level 9 was so vulnerable in front of a level 7 with the god trapping hand. Poof! The stone knife flashed again, and the bodies of the level 9 were separated. At the same time, god Ziqin dashed forward quickly. During this time, the stone knife flashed twice more, and the left hands of the two level 9s were cut off. God Ziqin took away their divine rings. All this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in an instant. God Ziqin had already fled before Emoshidi arrived. There were 2 wounds on his body, left by the two level 9s. Divine blood gushed out from the wounds and sprinkled on the ground. The two level 9s' attacks were indeed powerful, but it was obviously impossible to kill god Ziqin, who had the heaven god's bone. When the divine envoys in the distance saw this scene, they were all shocked. After being hit by 2 level 9s, a level 7 was completely unscathed. Instead, he cut the bodies of the 2 level 9s in half. While everyone was shocked, they looked at Ziqin, who was running away, and their eyes lit up. A mere level 7 could easily break through the defenses of level 9s. Obviously, it wasn't just because of his strength and terror. That weapon was also the main reason. There was no doubt that in addition to the god trapping hand, the weapon in his hand was also an extraordinary supreme treasure. Earlier, Willie had wanted to know why goddess Iqian had brought 2 level 7s instead of level 9s. Now that he saw god Ziqin's means, he understood the reason. In addition to the inevitable arrival of god Ziqin, his own powerful combat strength was also a major factor. A level 7 like this was much more dangerous than a level 9. The black-robed bald man had been full of confidence earlier, saying that the 2 level 9s would be enough to suppress god Ziqin. However, when he saw god Ziqin running away, he was also shocked. Then he exclaimed, he has the god trapping hand from afar, and that weapon at close range. His vitality is also so strong. He seems to have no weaknesses. Is there a way to deal with him? Willie asked. It's still under control. Should we make a move? Willie shook his head and said, Don't worry, let's wait and see. At this moment, everyone had arrived, including quite a number of level 9s. They had already surrounded the area. It was obviously impossible for this level 7 to escape. They had enough time to wait and see, and they didn't have to worry about the other party running away. At this moment, it was like catching a turtle in a jar. An angry roar came from the front. Divine light flashed on the bodies of the Ryan brothers, and their bodies reformed in midair. With God Zichen's current strength, he could only suppress the two of them. There was no way he could kill them. The 9th level was only one step away from becoming a divine general. That was an exceptionally boundless amount of vitality. Mo Shidi caught up with them. Like the other two, he had also lost his divine ring. At this moment, the three of them looked at each other and felt sympathy for each other. After that, the three of them rushed forward together. When the other divine envoys saw this, they burst into an uproar. God Zichen was still running away. The figures of other divine envoys appeared in front of him. One of them was a level 9. He stood there, forming a seal with his hands, and a powerful aura was released from his body. An earth-shattering roar sounded, and the shadow of a huge beast appeared from his body. God Zichen didn't know him, but it was obvious why he was blocking his way. He looked forward and saw the cold expression on his opponent's face. Obviously, if he continued to move forward, he would be attacked. At the same time, he looked in several other directions and saw the figures of other level 9s. They all released their auras and reflected each other. God Zichen was surrounded, and the level 9s didn't intend to let him go. Even though he had displayed extremely powerful means earlier, he still couldn't suppress these level 9s. 3 furious auras were approaching from behind. The Ryan brothers and Mo Shidi were about to catch up. God Zichen shook his head and laughed. It seems that a battle is inevitable. His words were clearly directed at his true body. The three of them quickly arrived and surrounded him in a triangle. 3 against 1, and a level 7 at that. If this had happened in the outside world, people would have laughed at it. But after seeing God Zichen's means, even though the 3 of them were bullying him, no one felt that it was unfair. They followed and stayed in the distance, their eyes fixed on the stone knife in God Zichen's hand. Without a doubt, this was a real treasure. Kid, why don't you hand over the divine ring and surrender? Mo Shidi looked at God Zichen and said coldly. Purple Chin shook his head disappointedly and said, "What's the point? I've already let you go. Why do you still want to court death?" Shameless boasting. Mo Shidi's eyes flashed, his figure flashed, and he retreated. With the Ryan brothers as an example, he obviously wouldn't deliberately approach his opponent. He wanted to injure him from afar with spells. The Ryan brothers also retreated. After suffering a loss, they'd learned their lesson. As a result, a funny scene occurred. They obviously wanted to catch God Zichen and take away his things, but they didn't dare to approach him. As the 3 of them retreated, the space beside God Zichen distorted. A portal emitting lightning appeared out of thin air. Zichen's real body walked out with I Qian. The real body looked like Zichen holding a sheathed knife. The doppelganger had changed his appearance. After the real body appeared, he looked around. He saw the level 9 people in the distance, and there were some familiar faces among them. He spread out his spiritual thoughts and sensed the abnormalities around him. They were surrounded. 3 against 3? The real body looked away and said to the people in the distance, "Anyone else want to join us?" Hearing this, the people around him were stunned. They didn't understand what he meant. "Anyone else wants to join us? You can come together," Zichen's real body said again. This time, his meaning was expressed more clearly. There was an uproar. Everyone stared at Zichen's real body in disbelief. They could all sense that the real body was at level 7. But now he said such words. Was he boasting shamelessly, or was he full of confidence? No one stepped forward. Only the 3 level 9 people. Buzz. There was a strong fluctuation of energy where Mo Shidi was standing. A knife light that was hundreds of feet long appeared out of thin air. This was his powerful technique. The doppelganger had already experienced it. The fourth knife was already very dangerous. The fifth knife was broken by the god-trapping hand. The sixth and seventh knife had not been used yet. At this moment, the knife light that was hundreds of feet long trembled in the void. Its brilliance skyrocketed. In an instant, it turned into two knife lights. Moshidi's hand seals changed again. The two knife lights turned into three, and then into four. But as the number of knife lights increased, his face became paler. The aura on the knife light grew stronger. There was no doubt that he had skipped the first few slashes. He wanted to directly display a powerful technique that could destroy the enemy. Seeing this, Zichen's real body said, "Leave this person to me." The doppelganger and Yi Qian nodded. The two of them turned and rushed towards the Ryan brothers. The scabbard in Zichen's hand disappeared. He slowly stretched out his left and right hands. The power of yin and yang appeared in his palms. His left hand was yang and his right hand was yin. Two completely opposite energies appeared between heaven and earth. Lightning flashed on the surface of the energy body. A strong aura burst forth. Seeing these completely opposite energies, exclamations came from all around. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. How can he have two types of energy? What is he doing? Fusing these two types of energy? Amidst the exclamations, Zichen's left and right hands started to move closer. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the two types of energy came into contact. Buzz! A fluctuation spread. It was a repulsive force. It spread out and formed a visible ripple. Buzz! Buzz! The two types of energy were still close to each other. More ripples spread out and kept moving further and further away. The divine envoys who were far away felt this fluctuation and their expressions changed. Meanwhile, the robes of the level 7 and level 8 divine envoys fluttered as they were shocked. Just this fluctuation alone made them feel a dangerous aura. What would happen if they were hit by the two types of energy? At this moment, some people even guessed that this guy would die prematurely under the two completely opposite types of energy. However, this worry was obviously unnecessary. As the powerful energy fluctuations spread out, the yin and yang energies fused at a very fast speed. After the fusion, they swelled and changed continuously. Finally, they turned into a lotus with yin and yang intertwining. The yin-yang thunder lotus. On the other side, Maxi's face was very pale. Above his head were 7 100-meter long blade lights. There was no doubt that the power of the 7-blade divine cleaving had been extended to its limit at this moment. He looked at Zichun from afar. Looking at the lotus in front of him that was surrounded by yin and yang light, a cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He made the last seal in his hand and shouted, "Slash!" The 7 blades trembled in the sky and then slashed downwards. They formed a blade array that was unusually powerful. This blade array had a precedent of killing people of the same level. It was quite famous in the 10th domain. As the blade lights fell, the void seemed to be torn apart. A strong, oppressive aura swept over, causing the heavens and earth to become unusually oppressive at this moment. The surroundings were unusually quiet. Everyone looked at the descending 7-blade divine, cleaving with astonishment. Even the Ryan brothers did not continue to attack. Instead, they raised their heads and looked over. They were looking at the upcoming battle. Go! Looking at the descending 7-blade godly slash, a faint smile appeared on Zichen's face. He pointed his finger, and the yin-yang thunder lotus flew forward. Chapter 2693. A genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The 7 saber lights, which were hundreds of meters long, had a vast aura. They brought with them a powerful pressure that caused the world to lose its color. This was a technique that had killed those of the same level. It was extremely famous in the 10th region and was abnormally powerful and terrifying. Compared to the 7-blade godly slash, Zichen's yin-yang lightning lotus was only the size of a palm. Furthermore, its aura was not fully released and appeared to be in a restrained state. At a glance, it was clearly far from the 7-blade godly slash. However, no one dared to underestimate this little lightning lotus because it contained two completely opposite types of energy, which went against the rules of heaven and earth. To be able to appear in such a manner despite violating the rules, it was naturally not to be underestimated. Boom! Sure enough, when the yin-yang lightning lotus was about 100 feet away from Zichen, the aura on its body suddenly erupted. In an instant, it expanded to nearly 1,000 feet in size. Boundless yin and yang light flashed, dyeing the heaven and earth in gold and silver. At the same time, the yin-yang thunder lotus spun continuously, heading towards the 7-blade god slash. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, the two attacks collided. Chi! Chi! One after another, energy ripples spread out in all directions. Within those ripples, there were powerful fluctuations. The two streams of energy were locked in a stalemate. The space there was twisting crazily, as if it could be torn apart at any time because it could not withstand the power. While the energy was in a stalemate, Maxi D's face became even paler. He coughed up blood and shouted, "Cut!" Above the 7-blade godly slash, an even more dazzling light burst out in an instant, dyeing the entire sky, and the aura became even more powerful. Zichen coldly snorted, his expression unchanged. The aura within the yin-yang lightning lotus was also in a completely berserk state. The colorful light that lingered between heaven and earth was instantly suppressed by the light of yin and yang. At this moment, the two attacks each occupied half of the sky. They were in a stalemate, wearing each other down. Boom! In the end, the two attacks reached their limits and exploded with a loud bang, forming a substantial energy ripple. Love, go, little, say, Netuku terrifying energy spread out, extending in the distorted void. The world became abnormally bright, and the boundless energy rumbled. Zichen and Maxi D's bodies were instantly drowned by the violent energy. The energy spread out from afar. Many of the level 7 and level 8 existences immediately retreated. Their faces were filled with fear. The entire area was silent as everyone stared at the center of the violent energy, waiting for the outcome of this attack. Just like that, the powerful shockwaves of energy continued for several dozen breaths of time before dispersing. The world regained its clarity, and the distorted space returned to normal. In the sky, Zichen and Maxi D were still standing in the air, looking at each other from afar. Other than their robes being somewhat tattered, there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary. Seeing this result, there was another uproar in the distance. A mere level 7 had actually blocked the attack of a level 9, and that level 9 had used a powerful move like the 7-blade god slash. It seems that this 7th level is even more powerful than the one who knows the god trapping hand. Willie's expression also changed at this moment. He clearly understood why goddess Yi Qian brought these two level 7s with her. They were much more powerful than ordinary level 9 existences. Maxi D wasn't considered weak in the 10th region, but he still couldn't gain any advantage over his opponent. After all, his opponent was only level 7. What if he advanced to level 8 or level 9? Then, who would be able to suppress him? Moreover, Willie was very clear that it would be easier for these level 7s to advance in the next stage. At that time, who would be able to suppress these two? At this moment, he felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. The same sense of danger appeared on the faces of the other level 9 existences. At this moment, the same thought appeared in their minds, and that was that the two of them couldn't be left alive. However, in the next moment, This sense of danger became even stronger. Puff! This was because Maxi D coughed up blood. He, who had been standing in the air, was now half kneeling in the sky. After coughing up blood, his aura had obviously weakened. All the level 9 existence's expressions changed drastically. It was obvious that this battle wasn't evenly matched. Maxi D had lost and was injured, and his injuries weren't light. Love, go, blittle, say, W, chew the 7-blade, godly slash, which had killed someone of the same level as him, had lost to the ultimate Thunder Lotus. Buzz. At this moment, lightning flashed on Zi Chen's back, and the 10-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared. He flapped his thunder wings, and his entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Maxi D. A sheathed long saber appeared in his hand again. The scabbard was simple and unadorned, and it looked extraordinary. Attack! On the other side, God Zichen shouted loudly as he charged towards the Ryan brothers. The stone saber in his hand flickered with a bright divine light. Yi Qian also charged forward. Her opponent was another person. At this moment, it didn't mean that they had to kill their opponent. As long as they could buy some time, their real bodies would naturally be able to kill Maxi D. The level 9 existences in the distance had already sensed the threat from Zichen. They wanted to eliminate him, but when they saw that Maxi D was in danger, they didn't intend to help. Obviously, they still subconsciously regarded each other as an enemy. Zichen, who had used the heavenly thunder wings, was naturally at his fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Maxi D. At this moment, Maxi D had already stood up. His eyes were filled with fear, not only because of the strength of his opponent, but also because of the speed displayed by his opponent. Everyone knew that the fleet-foot stride of the divine world was the fastest in the world. However, at this moment, Zichen's speed was even faster than his fleet-foot stride. Moreover, his opponent was at level 7. What kind of speed was this? It was obviously too late for him to retreat, so he formed a seal with his hands again. In the void, a large bell surrounded by divine light appeared. It was an illusion of the divine bell of annihilation, but it was substantial and contained a trace of the will of the divine bell of annihilation. Dang! The large bell enveloped Maxi D, protecting him. At the same time, the bell rang, forming a strange wave that went straight for Zichen. Zichen's soul was strongly shaken, but this didn't affect his charging speed. In other words, his soul was strong enough to be called perfect. A mere ordinary technique couldn't destroy it. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Maxi D. On his right hand, the veins protruded and rays of light surrounded his body. During this period, the power of yin and yang flowed through his arm and into the blade. Wang! The long blade in his hand vibrated and the sound of the blade rang. In the next moment, the long blade was unsheathed. The power of yin and yang enveloped the blade and slashed at Maxi D. During this period, 3 rays of blade will circled around the blade. The sound of the blade resounded between heaven and earth, unusually loud and clear. Poof! Maxi D's level 9 defense was quickly destroyed by this slash. A stream of divine blood splattered. Zi Chen withdrew his blade and stood in the air. He looked at Maxi D, who had already retreated a few hundred feet away. There was a long cut on his chest, and he was almost cut in half. When the divine envoys in the distance saw this, they were all shocked. There was no doubt that this Zichen was more powerful. At the same time, the blade in his hand was definitely not an ordinary weapon. This was because it could break a level 9 defense with 1 slash. Another supreme treasure. In the distance, Wiley stared at the sheathed long blade in Zi Chen's hand. His eyes flashed with a glint. The eyes of the other level 9s also burned with desire. Both of them have supreme treasure weapons. This is really unusual. Moreover, both of them have unlimited potential. I really don't know where Goddess Yi Qian found these 2 guards, Wiley exclaimed. The level 7, who came later, is stronger than the previous one. Also, pay attention. His aura is obviously different from ours, the black-robed bald man said in a deep voice. Different aura from us. Could he be from a foreign tribe? A level 9 at the side asked. He was puzzled. No, that's the aura of a person from the lower world. He's not on the same path as us. I really didn't expect a person from the lower world to have such powerful combat power, Wiley said in disbelief. On the other side, Ji-Wei and the others stood there, watching the battle in shock. Although they had already guessed that Zi-Chen was not weaker than Skeleton, seeing it with their own eyes gave them too much shock. In this way, if they didn't speed up their breakthroughs, the gap between them and Zi-Chen would only increase. Slash! The battle continued. 2 rays of blade light appeared behind Maxi D. The 7-blade god slash was his biggest trump card. He used it again, but because of Zi-Chen's pressure, he couldn't condense the 7-blade god slash. In addition, he was already injured before, so his current attack was not as powerful as before. The 2 rays of blade light fell. Zi-Chen swung his blade. This blade contained the power of yin and yang. Together with the blade intent, it was naturally more powerful. Like a waterfall, the blade light flew up against the sky and met the 2 blades. Bang! Bang! The 2 rays of blade light shattered in an instant. At the same time, the blade light didn't lose its momentum and went straight for Maxi D. Maxi D kept retreating. His face turned paler and paler, and he looked more and more shocked. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would actually be suppressed by a 7th grade. Whoosh! God Zi-Chen used the heavenly thunder wings and flashed up. He surrounded Maxi D and attacked. The blade light kept flashing, and the power of yin and yang lingered on those attacks. As a level 7, he naturally didn't dare to hold back against a level 9. The divine envoys in the distance watched this scene in shock. At this moment, the powerful Maxi D only had the power to defend himself, but he didn't have the power to counterattack. Space-rending slash! With a loud shout, a pitch-black crack extended in all directions. This was a spatial technique that tore the void apart, causing the black crack to contain the absolute power of the rules. Poof! Maxi D's body was forcibly separated from the middle by the power of the rules. The reason why the space-rending slash could be effective against a level 9 was because he was seriously injured. Just as his body was separated from the middle, Zi-Chen rushed in front of him. He unsheathed his long blade and went straight for Maxi D's neck. Poof! The blade light flashed, and Maxi D's head flew up. Chapter 2694. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Zi-Chen's blade flashed with the power of yin and yang. This power had another name, which was the power of defiance of the heavens. At this moment, the 2 powers of defiance of the heavens appeared at the same time. Coupled with the unique destruction attribute of the power of defiance of the heavens, it had a strong effect on the destruction of life force. Poof! Blood splattered as the destructive energy entered Maxi D's sea of consciousness and destroyed his divine soul. During this time, Maxi D's vigorous life force was rapidly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, Maxi D's life force was completely extinguished, and he was completely dead. The surroundings were silent as everyone stared in shock at Zi-Chen, who was standing with a blade in his hand, especially after they sensed that Maxi D's vitality had disappeared. He was dead. The level 7 Zi-Chen had killed the level 9 Maxi D, and the level 9 Maxi D had once killed an expert of the same level. At this moment, all the level 7 and level 8 experts felt a chill in their hearts as they felt a deep sense of fear. Those who had stopped while they were ahead rejoiced inwardly, especially those who had regained their divine rings. To be able to take back their divine rings from this lord was absolutely amazing. Maxi D's death shocked all the oracles. Even some of the level 9 experts felt a chill in their hearts at this moment. Scary, it's really scary. Willie's heart palpitated as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Such an existence must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would be everyone's nightmare in the next stage. Shall we take action? The bald man in black robes asked. Be prepared. It's best if we can kill him in one blow. Willie said, Don't worry. Once the God-trapping hand is used, no one can defend against it. A level 9 expert only needs one blow to kill a level 7 soul. The bald man seemed very confident. It seems that the others need to be prepared. Our target is Skeleton. Once we capture him, we will leave immediately. Wei Wei glanced around and said in a deep voice. Zi Chen didn't seem to notice the abnormality around him. After killing the level 9 Mercedai, he put away the corpse and looked at the Ryan brothers. The two of them were shocked by Maxi D's death. When they saw Zi Chen looking at them, their hearts trembled and they subconsciously wanted to retreat. However, right at that moment, Zi Chen began to form hand seals with his hands. Then, Zi Chen's true body rushed toward the two of them. Retreat! The Ryan brothers shouted as they retreated quickly. God-trapping hand! At this moment, a deep roar rang out. A huge palm surrounded by resplendent divine light rapidly descended from the sky. The God-trapping hand descended, and the space around them seemed to be frozen. The brothers' expressions changed drastically. They turned around and unleashed powerful attacks at the sky. 2 streaks of God, trapping God, rushed God, trapping God's palm. Uft, uft. Cracks appeared on the surface of the God-trapping hand when it was attacked. However, it did not slow down or break apart. Instead, it quickly descended and grabbed one of the Ryan brothers. At this moment, Zi Chen had already rushed in front of that person and slashed at him with his blade. Uft! With a flash of blade light, the level 9 expert, who had been grabbed by the God-trapping hand, was beheaded. Zi Chen did not continue to pay attention to the level 9 expert's life. Instead, he turned around and looked at the second person. Spirit binding. At this moment, Yi Qian's cold voice resounded through the air. Beside her, a beam of energy rapidly shot over like a snake and coiled itself around the body of another rank 9 expert. The level 9 expert, who had been trapped by the spirit binding before he could even grieve over the death of his brother, was terrified. Swoosh! At this moment, the thunder wings on Zi Chen's back flapped, and he reached his maximum speed. He was like a flash of gold and silver lightning as he rushed forward rapidly. Uft! A beam of golden light flew past, and another head flew. Let's go! At the same time, Zi Chen let out a low roar. The 2 figures in the sky disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a space portal appeared in front of Zi Chen. He walked into the portal. God-trapping hand! God-trapping hand! 2 voices were heard from afar. The sky above started to distort as 2 huge palm prints surrounded by divine light descended from the sky. One of the palm prints went straight for Zi Chen, while the other went straight for the portal. The divine envoys in the surroundings were in an uproar when they saw the 2 God-trapping hands appear at the same time. Evidently, the other level 9 experts had noticed the threat of Zi Chen and joined forces to attack. At this moment, everyone could feel the potential threat of Zi Chen. Naturally, they could not let him escape. In the past, Zi Chen had only used the God-trapping hand to control others. His speed had been so fast that his opponents had not been able to react in time. However, he had become the target of the God-trapping hand. He could clearly sense the terror of the God-trapping hand. Buzz! The void trembled as the God-trapping hand rapidly approached. Zi Chen, who only needed one step to enter the space portal and leave, was blocked by the God-trapping hand. The God-trapping hand fell and grabbed the space portal. His body retreated backward. Boundless divine light shone as a powerful aura swept out. Following a loud explosion, the space portal and the god-trapping hand collapsed together. Ziqin, who was retreating, found that the space around him had been forcibly sealed, making it impossible for him to escape. He let out a loud roar as his body released a strong light. A powerful vibration force emerged, trying to break through the sealed space. Swoosh! Before he could break through this force, the god-trapping hand fell from the sky and caught Ziqin. In the face of this heavenly god skill, even he could not react. At this moment, a figure of light flew over from afar. It was a level 9 divine envoy. He held a long sword in his hand and had a pair of divine feathers on his back. His speed was much faster than the ordinary fleet footsteps. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the god-trapping hand. The long sword in his hand slashed forward. Puff! A sharp sword light flashed past, and Ziqin's head flew up into the air. Golden blood spurted out from the wound. Swoosh! The god-trapping hand dissipated, along with Ziqin's body, turning into energy and disappearing. As for Ziqin's head, it flew high into the air and fell into the distance. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They felt that it was unbelievable. Ziqin had been so arrogant before, killing 3 level 9 divine envoys in an instant. But now he was killed so easily. However, this showed that the god-trapping hand was indeed terrifying. No one could defend against it. He's dead? Ji Wei's face was full of astonishment. He could not believe it. It was because Ziqin was too difficult to deal with. Every time he was on the verge of death. But now he was beheaded so easily and his life force was extinguished. This made Yen Wei somewhat unable to believe it. This is the heavenly god skill. It's the most unique existence in the world. No one can avoid it, Kaimeng said, his eyes shining. Since Ziqin is dead, what about Skeleton and Yi Qian? Ben Senlu asked. He had seen the power of the god-trapping hand in today's battle. Obviously, he was very tempted. However, at that moment, cries of alarm rang out from all around. Ziqin's head, which had flown high into the air, exploded with a loud bang. Behind the person with the divine wings, the space distorted and another Ziqin appeared. Behind him, the 10-winged heavenly thunder wings released the light of thunder and lightning as he slashed forward with his blade. Swoosh! The other party sensed that something was wrong and quickly dodged. The blade light brushed past his body. He's not dead. He's not dead. Wasn't he caught by the god-trapping hand? How could this be? Exclamations rose and fell. In the distance, Wiley frowned slightly. Even he did not notice the abnormality in the previous scene. Beside him, the black-robed, bald man who attacked earlier said, "The god-trapping hand should have caught him. How could he not be dead?" Hearing the exclamations around him, Yui's expression did not change much. This was the Ziqin he knew. Even the abyss could not kill him. How could he die so easily in such a situation? At this moment, Ziqin used his extreme speed in the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, he circled around the light figure with the divine wings. The other party also transformed into divine light. But as a level 9, his speed could not be compared to Ziqin's. During this time, the two light figures were constantly entangled. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Blade light and sword light shot out in all directions. Obviously, the two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. Attack, trap both of them. We can't let him escape. Someone roared. Among the 5 people who knew the god-trapping hand, 2 of them formed seals. Besides the black-robed, bald man, the other one was also forming seals. In the blink of an eye, 2 god-trapping hands appeared again and went straight for the 2 people in front. Clang! 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 During this time, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Under the energy fluctuations, The space was constantly distorted. In the next moment, a loud explosion was heard. Zichen's body was quickly sent flying backward. In front of him, the level 9 divine envoy who had transformed into divine light appeared. At this moment, he was standing in the air, staring at Zichen. His eyes were wide open and gradually became lifeless. On his chest, there was a blade wound that completely penetrated his body. Blood flowed down the wound. His life force was disappearing at a rapid pace. As Zichen flew backward, a space portal appeared behind him. He fell into the portal. After that, the portal flickered a few times and disappeared. The two god trapping hands fell one after another. One of them missed, while the other caught the level 9 divine envoy who had already lost his vitality. As the god trapping hands dissipated, the level 9 divine envoy's body also turned into light spots and disappeared under the power of the god trapping hands. The remaining fluctuations were still dissipating in the sky, but Zichen's trace had disappeared. One after another, the level 9 divine envoys rushed in this direction. Waves of powerful aura raged in the sky. Unfortunately, they were one step too late. Zichen had already left. They released their divine consciousness to sense where Zichen had gone, but they couldn't sense him. How could this be? The level 9 divine envoys were furious. Under such circumstances, the other party had still managed to escape. Who would be able to find him and kill him in the future? Search! Everyone spread out and search. We must find them. Chapter 2695. Today, Zichen had displayed an extremely powerful offensive technique. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would be a threat to everyone present. Therefore, they would not allow such an existence to continue living. All the level 9s spread out and began to search for him. The level 7s and 8s were still shocked. Whether Zichen was strong or not did not have much to do with them, because the difference between them was too big. Whether the opponent was strong or not did not affect them. Zichen had a world that he could open at will. Those people would be dreaming if they wanted to catch him. Previously, he had teleported thousands of miles away because he did not want to teleport any further. Now, with a single thought, his body appeared tens of thousands of miles away. With such a long distance, he believed that no level 9s would be able to sense him. After a few teleportations, he arrived at a dense forest. His body flashed and he entered. Then he entered his own world again. The world that belonged to him turned into a speck of dust and landed on a leaf. At this point, Zichen had truly hidden himself. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to find him. During this time, Shadowless walked out of his world. He was Zichen's strongest spy. No one could know of his existence. After today's battle, Zichen could see that everyone wanted to kill him. Therefore, he would be in seclusion for a long time to cultivate and increase his combat strength. When he came out of seclusion, the next stage would begin. During this time, Shadowless would naturally send him messages. After leaving Zichen's world, Shadowless began to walk around. During this time, he would see level 9s flying across the sky. This time, Zichen is determined to escape. It will be very difficult to find him, Yanwei said. They had been looking for Zichen for a long time, but it was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. You're as good as not saying anything, Ben Senla said unhappily. He was in a bad mood. After watching the previous battle, as the son of God, he was shocked. From the heavenly gods to the divine envoys, he had seen existences of every realm. At the same time, he had also seen many existences with powerful combat strength, including those famous experts. However, he had never seen an existence as powerful as Zichen. A mere level 7 was able to extinguish a level 9 soul. Even though he knew that the other party was a heaven-defying existence, the one who was most likely to defy the heavens, wasn't the other party a little too powerful? Furthermore, the god-trapping hand was the ultimate technique for trapping the mind. Even the powerful Zi-Chin was almost caught by it. He believed that if the other party hadn't run so fast, he would have been killed by the god-trapping hand. After witnessing the power of the god-trapping hand with his own eyes, how could he not be envious? Moreover, that skeleton was only at level 7. If he could capture him now, he would definitely be able to obtain the heavenly god skill. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. If he had known that the god-trapping hand was so powerful and that there would be such an opportunity, he would have brought people to trap the other party first. However, it was a pity that the other party had run away. They had been looking for him for a few months, but still couldn't find him. Ji Wei ignored Ben Senlu's complaints and said again, "Now, we might not be able to find him. Instead of wasting our time like this, why don't we look for more law crystals? As long as we can get more law crystals, we will be able to increase our cultivation level quickly in the next stage." Sina and the others naturally agreed. Moreover, they had been looking for Zi-Chin for a few months and still couldn't find him. In their hearts, they had long given up. As such, their main focus was placed on searching for law crystals. During this period of time, Shadowless walked past them, but they did not sense him. The same situation occurred in other places. After not being able to find any trace of Zi-Chin, some people gradually gave up. In other words, they focused on looking for law crystals and looking for Zi-Chin as a supplement. As for those level 7 and level 8 cultivators, they had already started looking for law crystals. Because of Zi-Chin's powerful battle prowess, many people were worried. After all, Zi-Chin had a record of stealing law crystals. Therefore, many divine envoys chose to form an alliance. Except for a few level 9 cultivators who had absolute confidence in themselves, the others formed one team after another. Zi-Chan didn't know that because of him, the divine envoys had formed a team. He was in his own world, working hard to understand the saber intent contained in the saber ancestor's steel. Not far away, Yi Qian was also comprehending her spirit binding technique. Speaking of spirit binding, its origin was not small. It was given to her by the Tower Battle god after her relationship with him had improved. Although it wasn't a heavenly god technique, it was still an extraordinary technique. When he first heard Yi Qian say it, Zi-Chin felt very emotional. If others wanted to obtain a technique, they would need to spend many years of effort to exchange for it, even risking their lives. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was different. If a heavenly god wanted to give her a technique, it would depend on whether she was happy or not. It should be known that she had never accepted anything given to her by a heavenly god. She didn't even recognize the goddess mansion. However, since the last time he went back and proposed marriage, the relationship between the two of them had greatly improved. Yi Qian was once a defiant of the heavens. Naturally, her talent was needless to say. Even if she had become a god clan, she still had extremely strong talent. In another place, the divine avatar was sitting cross-legged and comprehending the god binding hand. Since the last time he used the god binding hand, he felt that there were other changes to this technique. At this moment, he was trying to figure out what they were. The golden body, Yin avatar, and Yang avatar were sitting cross-legged beside the real body. They were comprehending the saber ancestors, steel together with the real body. During this time, the spiritual thoughts of the four of them were constantly extending toward the saber ancestor steel, comprehending the saber intent within. The sound of the saber was constantly heard. In Zi-Chen's sea of consciousness, there was a saber light that was constantly flying. It was a pure saber intent. At this moment, all he could do was to catch up with this saber intent, understand its principle, and then completely subdue it. His spiritual thoughts could manifest everything, so there was a saber in his hand. It was a long saber with a scabbard. He unsheathed the saber, and a golden saber light that contained 3 saber intents went straight toward the saber light. Buzz! As the saber light attacked, the saber intense light suddenly accelerated, leaving the saber light far behind. After several attempts, the saber light could not catch up with the saber intent. In desperation, Zichen could only give up this opportunistic method and use his spiritual thoughts to explore. His spiritual thoughts could be released without any strings, so he could easily catch up with the saber intent and comprehend its changes. Time passed, and the outside world was quiet. There were often divine envoys flying above, but they did not deliberately stay here. The other teams were still hunting the spiders and collecting the law crystals. This space was very large, and so far no one had explored to the end, so there were many law crystals for these divine envoys to explore. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Shadowless went out and did not return, which meant that the entrance had not yet opened. On this day, Yi Qian, who was comprehending spirit binding, opened her eyes. She felt a strange fluctuation. She turned around, and on her beautiful face, her bright eyes looked in Zichen's direction. The bodies of the doppelgangers sitting cross-legged beside Zichen suddenly turned into streams of light and entered the body of the real body. At this moment, the real body opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a sharp saber light. He stood up, and light of energy flowed around his body. A powerful aura emerged from his body. In this aura, there was the sound of a saber hum. Then, rays of saber intent appeared from his body and surrounded him. There were 4 rays of saber intent. Seeing this, Yi Qian's face showed a touch of surprise. Clearly, in just a few years, Zichen had comprehended another saber intent. The previous 3 saber intents were already so powerful. Now that he had comprehended another one, his combat power was naturally stronger. The saber intent lingered with a sharp aura. Zichen turned to look at Yi Qian. Yi Qian's body shone with divine light, blocking her eyes. In an instant, she felt saber intent rushing toward her eyes. Obviously, Zichen did this unconsciously. He had just comprehended saber intent and could not control it perfectly. Soon, the sharpness in Zichen's eyes disappeared. His eyes returned to normal. The divine light on Yi Qian disappeared. She looked at Zichen and said, "Congratulations." Zichen nodded and scanned with his spiritual mind. Shadowless had not returned yet. The doppelgangers were still meditating. "It seems that the entrance has not opened yet," Zichen said. Yi Qian nodded and said, "Well, let's not waste time." After exchanging a few simple words, Yi Qian turned around and continued to comprehend the spirit-binding technique. Zichen, on the other hand, headed for another saber ancestor's tablet. When he was within range, his real body, Yin-Yang doppelganger and Yang doppelganger appeared again and continued to comprehend the new saber essence. Time passed again. Zichen's world became quiet. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. It had been more than 6 years since they came here. The entrance had not appeared yet. In the eyes of the people outside, goddess Yi Qian had disappeared for 6 years. Then it was 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. After coming to this world and staying for 50 years, Zichen's doppelgangers turned into light again and entered his body. Then saber intent emerged from his body. 5 saber intents. His combat power increased again. Zichen was very satisfied with this speed. After 50 years of cultivation, both Yi Qian and the doppelgangers had improved a lot. However, they had gained nothing in these 50 miles. After so many years, the entrance still hasn't appeared. Maybe we should prepare more law crystals. Otherwise, when the entrance opens, everyone will use the law crystals to level up one after another, Yi Qian said. Even though Zichen's combat power had increased in these 50 miles, if the others directly leveled up, the gap between the 2 sides would be even bigger. Divine generals and divine envoys were 2 completely different concepts. Then let's go out for a walk, Zichen said. After comprehending 5 saber intents, he was more confident in his combat power. Chapter 2696. It was naturally good to go out for a walk. After all, They had been here for too long. Why don't we take a look at our gains first? Yi Qian suggested before leaving. Ziqin nodded in agreement. Previously, he had killed 4 level 9 experts. Although he had only obtained 1 level 9 corpse, he had taken 4 god rings. At this moment, these 4 god rings were ownerless and could be opened easily. The first one to be opened was Maxi D's god ring. Yi Qian came forward and asked, "How is it?" Ziqin took out the law crystals in the god ring. There were actually 42 of them. This was a very good number. As expected of City, Lord Maxi D, who had a history of killing level 9 experts. Look at this. Yi Qian smiled. With a flip of her hand, many law crystals appeared. There were actually 38 of them. This is the god ring of the person with the god wings. There are quite a lot of them. Ziqin nodded in satisfaction. The other party was responsible for killing him after using the god binding hand. Naturally, it was extraordinary. The last 2 items were the divine rings of the Ryan brothers. If the 2 brothers fought alone, their battle prowess wouldn't be considered very strong. However, wherever the 2 brothers went, they would always be together. When 2 9th rank experts joined hands, their gains were imaginable. "I have 71 law crystals here," Yi Qian said in surprise. "I have 72 here." Ziqin nodded and smiled. When he took out the law crystals, he also took out many god rings. It was the same for Yi Qian. It was obvious that the 2 of them had killed many people and robbed many times. Yi Qian did a final count of the law crystals they had obtained this time. There were a total of 303 of them. These were their harvests from decades ago. They had only obtained 13 law crystals themselves, and the rest were all snatched from others. Now that a few decades had passed, everyone's gains had already exceeded this number. "Let's go. It's time to look for our gains." Ziqin left the world. His god avatar was still in meditation. Yi Qian followed him out. After coming out, Ziqin spread out his spiritual senses. Within the range of his spiritual senses, there were fluctuations of battle. Ziqin looked ahead and said, "Let's go there and take a look." Yi Qian nodded. The 2 of them transformed into streams of light and moved forward. Thousands of miles away, a group of oracles was besieging and killing several spiders. Among the oracles, there was a level 9. He held a long sword in his hand, and a sharp sword energy slashed through the spider's web, splitting it in half. Then, a group of divine envoys rushed up and landed on the spider's body, slashing the spider with all the weapons in their hands. Poisonous blood sprayed out from the spider's body. When the poisonous blood came into contact with everyone's defenses, they emitted a sizzling sound as they were continuously corroded. These oracles attacked even faster. Obviously, they knew the characteristics of the spider's venomous blood. Pooh, pooh, pooh. As the spiders were killed one by one, the poisonous blood on their bodies was turned into the purest power of the rules, which was absorbed by the spiders. As for the spider's enormous body, it had turned into a law crystal. There were currently 4 law crystals floating in the sky. That level, 9 expert quickly stepped forward and took away the 4 law crystals. "You're pretty lucky." Right at this moment, a voice sounded from behind. The level 9 expert smiled faintly and said, "What kind of luck is this? At most, we—" His words came to an abrupt halt because he had sensed something abnormal. When he turned his head around, he saw the person who had spoken. At this moment, the level 7 and level 8 divine envoys were also stunned, their faces slightly pale. "It's you," the level 9 expert said, staring at the man and woman in the distance, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "What do you think?" Ziqin looked at the other party. "You've been hiding for so many years. I didn't expect you to have the guts to show yourself today," the level 9 expert said coldly. "I see that you seem to have a lot of law crystals on you. Why, after so many years, You must have gained a lot, right? Chen said, "Humph." The level 9 expert snorted coldly, his eyes flashing continuously. This was the closest he had to a great opportunity, but he had seen the other party's means with his own eyes last time. He didn't think he had the ability to kill the other party, even if there were more than 20 level 7 and level 8 existences by his side. At such a close distance, he could feel the fear of those level 7 and level 8 existences. He sighed helplessly, clearly not hoping to kill the other party. Even if he had the guts, these level 7 and level 8 existences wouldn't cooperate. Upon seeing that the other party didn't react, Chen felt rather regretful. He and Chen really couldn't do something like kill someone and rob them as soon as they met. Furthermore, the other party didn't have any enmity towards them. Why are there 4 spiders? Did you guys herd them together? Since they weren't going to make a move, he could only voice his doubts regretfully. He guessed that the other party definitely had a lot of law crystals on them and would definitely be able to obtain a number that would satisfy him if he snatched them. No, these spiders have always been together. These 4 spiders are already considered rare. At most, we've seen more than a dozen spiders together, the level 9 expert said. Chen nodded and flew to the side with Chen. The level 7 and level 8 existences only heaved a sigh of relief when the other party had flown far away. Previously, when the other party had just stood there, they had all felt a kind of pressure. The level 9 expert took in everyone's expressions and said, "Next, I plan to contact the other level 9 existences. Who wants to come with me?" When the other level 7 and level 8 existences heard this, their expressions changed and they looked at the level 9 expert in confusion. Chen had once displayed extremely strong combat power. A mere level 9 would simply be courting death if they went up against him. However, the other party still had such thoughts. After this is done, everyone will be given an additional 20 law crystals, the level 9 expert said again. 20 law crystals were naturally coveted, but many level 7 and level 8 divine envoys shook their heads when they recalled the battle where the other party had killed several level 9 existences. It was naturally good to be able to obtain law crystals, but they obviously cared more about their lives. Due to differences in opinion, this team that had been established for decades announced its disbandment at this moment. The level 7 and level 8 existences who should have gotten some gains also gave up and voluntarily withdrew. They didn't want to snatch other people's things, but they also didn't want to get into trouble. There were still 5 level 8 existences left. They obviously thought that they could still put up a fight against Chen. "You go and keep an eye on him," the level 9 expert said to a level 8 and then led the other level 8 existences in the opposite direction. It was obvious that he wanted to win over more level 9 existences and engage in a great battle. Chen, who was advancing, quickly noticed that there were level 8 existences tailing him. He couldn't help but smile faintly and say, "Looks like we're about to have a business deal." Chen also noticed the level 8 and nodded, although they wouldn't take the initiative to kill and plunder. If these people wanted to kill them, they naturally wouldn't hold back. In this place, if one wanted to obtain more law crystals, one had to rely on one's own strength to slowly search for spiders to kill. This was undoubtedly the slowest way. The fastest way was to kill and plunder. Therefore, Chen deliberately made himself appear more cautious as he moved forward. He didn't want to be entangled by other spiders. This way, the level 8 existences behind him wouldn't be able to detect his true combat power and wouldn't scare off the people behind him. Even though he was very careful, he and Chen were still blocked by spiders. Perhaps it was because all teams in this world were teaming up. The spiders that appeared now were also teaming up. A total of 5 spider webs fell from above and covered the entire sky, making it impossible to avoid. Swoosh! Chen looked up at the falling spider webs. The power of yin and yang coiled around his body. He formed a sword with 2 fingers and pierced upwards. A waterfall-like sword aura that contained 2 types of power of yin and yang directly split the spider webs above them. Chen and Yi Qian both flew upwards. When they were in the air, the 5 spiders attacked the 2 of them. Some sprayed venom, while others used their legs to stab straight ahead. Above the sky, the space constantly distorted as a powerful aura surged. Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. His body shone with a defensive light as he passed through the venom. His body was emitting smoke as he dodged the spider legs' attacks. He arrived in front of the spider and pointed his 2 fingers at it. Poof! The sharp sword aura broke through the spider's defense. The power of yin and yang contained in it instantly exploded, obliterating the life force of a spider. After easily killing a spider, his body flashed again. He arrived in front of the 2nd spider and pointed his finger again. Poof! The sword aura pierced through the spider's body and killed it. On the other side, Yi Qian's body shone with divine light. Her body nimbly flew up on the spider's body, her colorful dress dancing in the wind. Below her, the spider's body turned into light spots and turned into a law crystal. Clearly, after decades of meditation, both Chen and Yi Qian's combat strength had improved significantly. Soon, Yi Qian killed another spider. Only one of the 5 spiders was left. Regarding this, both Chen and Yi Qian deliberately did not kill it immediately. Instead, they held back. In the outside world, the level 8 expert saw the 2 of them disappear and knew that they had encountered spiders. However, he did not see how many spiders there were. When the sealed space in front of him appeared, he saw the 2 of them besieging a spider. Both of them were emitting smoke from the corrosion of venom. They did not seem to be as powerful as the legend said. Not long after, the spider was killed and the 2 of them quickly left. Chapter 2697. My lord! The other party shouted, and those people descended one after another. There were a total of 13 level 9s, and the rest were all level 8. There was not a single level 7. Where is he? The level 9 asked. He's just ahead. He just left. The level 8 pointed ahead. Let's go. The crowd continued to chase forward. Just as they disappeared, another group of people appeared behind them. Most of them were level 7 divine envoys. They just wanted to watch the battle and had no other intentions. Obviously, they also wanted to see if the 13 level 9 divine envoys could kill that guy and successfully take away the god trapping hand. Chen, who was moving forward, sensed the divine envoys behind him. He smiled faintly and said, "Our business has come to us." Yi Qian also felt the same and nodded. Chen turned around and looked at the crowd that was gradually approaching. When the level 9 divine envoys were about to reach them, they quickly spread out and surrounded the 2 of them. The other level 8 divine envoys also spread out, their expressions full of vigilance. The level 9 divine envoys that Chen had seen before looked at him coldly and said, "Where's the one who knows the god trapping hand?" "He's in seclusion," Chen said truthfully. "Well, I'll kill you and then trap him." The level 9 divine envoy's expression was cold. Chen looked at them and said, "Are you ready?" Everyone was stunned, not knowing what he meant. "Are you ready to be killed?" Chen asked again. Everyone's expression changed. The level 9 divine envoy's eyes flashed with killing intent and shouted, "Attack!" Just as he shouted, the level 7 divine envoys who wanted to watch the battle from afar had already caught up. They stood in the distance and watched the scene. A dozen level 9 divine envoys and a group of level 8 divine envoys besieging a level 7 divine envoys. This was the first time they had seen something like this. However, they were still nervous and doubtful about whether the level 7 divine envoys could be killed. At this moment, they saw the level 7 divine envoys make their move. They saw him take out the scabbard long saber and fiercely stabbing it into the void. Buzz! The void trembled in an instant. A black crack appeared in their line of sight. The black crack tore through the space and spread out in an instant. After that, they were shocked to find that within the range of the crack, regardless of whether it was the 9th or 8th grade, their bodies were forcefully separated. During this time, the 9th grade warriors were still fine. Their bodies, which had been separated, were shining with divine light. Powerful auras burst out, and the surging vitality allowed their bodies to continue to reassemble. However, those gray 8 beings would forever lose the chance to reconstruct their bodies. As the black crack spread out, all of the level 8 creatures died. The faces of the onlookers were filled with shock. At this moment, they truly felt fear. At the same time, many people were secretly glad that they did not listen to the words of the level 9. Otherwise, they would have become one of the dead. Qian's body began to glow, and her hands formed a seal. At this moment, Ziqin took the initiative to use the space rending kill. A single space rend killed all of the level 8s in the vicinity. It was very easy for him, who was at the 7th rank, to kill a soul at the 8th rank. However, the 9th grade warriors were a little more troublesome. Their bodies began to reassemble one after another, and none of them died. The heavenly thunder wings appeared behind Ziqin. Boundless lightning flashed, illuminating the sky. Swoosh! With a flap of the thunder wings, his figure disappeared and appeared in front of a 9th grade warrior. In his hand, he unsheathed his long saber and stabbed it forward. On the blade, there were 3 saber intents. He did not use 5 saber intents, but the power of yin and yang filled the long saber. This was the key to killing a 9th grade warrior. The 9th grade warrior, whose body had just been reassembled, was shocked when he sensed Ziqin's arrival. Divine light flickered on his body, and a defensive light shield appeared naturally. As long as this defensive light shield could withstand for a moment, he would be able to get rid of his opponent, widen the distance between them, and then kill his opponent. Crack! However, his defense could not withstand a single blow from Ziqin. It shattered in an instant. At the same time, the saber flashed with the light of yin and yang and stabbed into the body of the 9th grade warrior. Puff! The long saber sank into the warrior's body. The power of yin and yang surged into the warrior's body and then rushed into his mind, destroying his soul. In the mind of the 9th grade divine envoy, the power of yin and yang was in a state of frenzy. It was like a raging wave, slapping forward. His soul seemed so fragile in this raging wave. Wherever the raging wave passed, his soul was extinguished. In the end, his spiritual soul could not withstand Ziqin's power of yin and yang. After stabbing the body of the 9th grade warrior, Ziqin did not stop. Using his extreme speed, he rushed toward the 2nd 9th grade warrior. However, during this period of time, the other level 9s had recovered and were retreating. During this period of time, they launched one attack after another at him. Saber radiance and sword chi raged in the sky. Boundless divine power surged and turned into powerful attacks, slashing toward Ziqin. Swoosh! 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 Lightning flashed on Ziqin's body. The speed of the 9 lightning flashes was displayed to the extreme by him. The incoming attacks all brushed past his body and did not injure him. Roar! With a deafening roar, a divine tiger appeared and rushed toward Ziqin. The divine tiger was hundreds of feet long. When its tiger claws fell on the void, the entire void trembled. This attack was fast and powerful. It was accompanied by a sound wave attack from the tiger's roar, heading toward Ziqin. In the face of this divine tiger, Ziqin's attack was very simple. He just drew his saber. Buzz! When the saber was unsheathed, the void trembled. Saber radiance, with the power of yin and yang, slashed forward. The saber radiance shot out from the tip of the saber. In an instant, it expanded to hundreds of feet in size and slashed down. Puff! The gigantic divine tiger was unable to put up the slightest resistance in the face of this blade as it was split apart from the middle. The power of the saber radiance did not diminish. It slashed down and slashed the body of the 9th grade warrior behind. The defense of the 9th grade warrior was shattered in an instant. His body flew backward. Whoosh! At this moment, the void beside him twisted, and Zi Chen's figure quickly appeared. When he saw Zi Chen, his face was filled with horror. He wanted to open his mouth, but it was too late. He did not know if he should cry for help or beg for mercy. Puff! The saber radiance broke through the defense that had just appeared and went straight into his body. The power of yin and yang poured into his soul. The 9th grade warrior's body fell to the ground. Sheathing his saber, Zi Chen's body flashed. His body turned into a series of afterimages and disappeared from the spot. The space where he had been standing was distorted. One attack after another appeared, instantly killing all the afterimages that his body had turned into. Bound spirits! At this moment, Yi Qian's voice rang out. She had deliberately shouted out to remind Zi Chen that she had already made her preparations. As soon as the bound spirits appeared, they split into 4 in midair and rushed toward the 4 9th grade warriors. They had seen Yi Qian's moves before. Although this attack was not as unpredictable as the god-trapping hand, it was still very fast. During this time, the 4 9th grade warriors attacked one after another. Saber radiance and sword shadows flashed constantly. The bound spirits that rushed forward were immediately cut into pieces. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw that the scattered bound spirits did not slow down at all. Then, when they were about to reach them, they regrouped again and entangled their bodies. Their bodies were trapped layer by layer. These 9th grade warriors were frightened. They did not understand what kind of technique was this. It was so difficult and strange to deal with. Could it be a heavenly god technique? Unfortunately, no one could answer this question for them. Zi Chen, who was already prepared, attacked in an instant. 2 saber radiances chopped off the heads of 4 people. 4 heads flew up just like that. Out of the 13 9th grade warriors, 6 had died in the blink of an eye. Almost half of them had died. As for the remaining 7 people, they were still unable to injure Zi Chen in the slightest. If this continued, what awaited them would be death. Thus, their faces were filled with fear as they retreated backwards. Obviously, they were preparing to escape. Zi Chen's strength was far beyond their expectations. When they escaped, they spread out. Obviously, they had to rely on their own luck. This was because even if Zi Chen could chase after them, it was impossible for him to go everywhere. You can't escape. Zi Chen looked at them and said coldly. In the next moment, the void was torn apart and a huge black hole appeared. This was his world. He fully opened it and enveloped the 7 people who were preparing to escape. This was the first time Zi Chen had opened a world to trap his enemies since he came to the divine realm. However, no one knew that this was a world. They all thought that he had used some special method to open up a space. Except for Yi Qian and the corpses on the ground, the 7th grade warriors in the sky and Zi Chen were nowhere to be seen. What is this place? These 9th grade warriors were confused when they suddenly came to Zi Chen's world. Welcome to my world. Zi Chen appeared and looked at them. Your world. The 9th grade warriors were stunned. They didn't understand. They cultivated divine pills, not worlds. Before they could react, Zi Chen said, "Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Now, it's time to send you on your way." Of course, he wouldn't show them any mercy. After all, these people's original intention was to kill him. One after another, the power of the rules descended from the sky, trapping them in layers. This was the rule power of his world. Naturally, it was powerful and couldn't be underestimated. The 7 ninth-grade warriors felt their bodies being suppressed. Their expressions changed drastically. Divine light kept circling around them as they tried to break free. At this moment, they felt as if there were ropes wrapped around their bodies. If I give you some more time, maybe you can really break free and escape from here. Unfortunately, you don't have time. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light appeared in the eyes of these 9th-grade warriors. In the outside world, the 7th-grade warriors who came to watch the battle looked in front of them in shock. They stared at the place where the 7 9th-grade warriors had disappeared. They were bewildered and had all kinds of guesses. Soon, that 7th-grade warrior appeared again. However, the 7 9th-grade warriors were nowhere to be seen. Were they dead? They were frightened and felt that it was inconceivable. Chapter 2698. What's wrong? Zi Chen's figure appeared. Seeing that Yi Qian's expression was not good, he asked, "Take a look." Yi Qian pointed below. Zi Chen noticed that the corpse on the ground was gone. Looking at Yi Qian's expression, it was obvious that she did not take it away. "I only took the level 9 divine rings. The others were taken away by those things before I could take them," Yi Qian said, a little angry. "Oh, are there a lot?" Zi Chen knew what Yi Qian was talking about. There were tentacles on the ground along the way, but they had not killed a single tentacle monster so far. The level 7 beings in the distance obviously noticed this scene and exclaimed. There were many level 8 beings who had died earlier. Each of them had at least 1 divine ring. Naturally, there were a considerable number of law crystals in the divine rings. Other than that, there was also wealth. This loss was huge. As they cried out in surprise, their expressions fluctuated greatly, and their eyes flashed with greed. They did not dare to attack Zi Chen, but they obviously dared to attack the existence underground. After all, there were so many divine rings. Any one of them would be a shocking amount of wealth. At this moment, they saw Zi Chen suddenly turn his head and draw his saber. A saber gleam that could kill level 9 beings flew forward. It drew a saber arc and landed on the ground. Poof! The ground was split open. A bloody light burst out from it. The saber gleam that exuded the power of yin and yang slashed into ground. Zi Chen flew above the crack and saw a few tentacles twisting inside. In addition, there was a level 8 corpse. He raised his hand and shot out a ray of light. The level 8 divine envoy turned into a pure crystal. It wrapped a divine ring and flew up. After putting away the divine ring, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Since you dare to steal from me, then let me see where exactly you are hiding." Zi Chen flew forward and sheathed his saber. "You can sense them?" Yi Qian followed him, her beautiful face full of doubt. Zi Chen nodded. His previous slash contained the power of yin and yang. This power did not form a destructive force, but was hidden in the other party's body. This way, he could sense the other party's movement through this energy. The 2 of them flew forward. Behind them, the other level 7 warriors didn't leave. Instead, they followed from a distance. Obviously, they could guess that the 2 of them were chasing after the tentacle monster that had snatched the corpse and divine ring. After all, there were dozens of god rings. Putting aside the wealth contained in them, just the law crystals alone were already an extremely large number. One had to know that in the past few decades, no one had given up on searching for law crystals. Even rank 7s like them had dozens of law crystals on them, let alone rank 8s. Zi Chen furrowed his brows as he walked forward. Yi Qian noticed his abnormality and turned to look at him doubtfully. "This seems a little unexpected." Zi Chen frowned and said, "My doppelganger tried a similar method before, but the energy mark disappeared after a while. Although my power is different from my doppelganger's, I can't last that long. Previously, I wanted to continue leaving a mark, but now it seems that there's no need. Maybe they're deliberately leading us there? Is that possible? Yi Qian couldn't believe it. Let's go and see. Ziqin sensed that the mark showed no signs of disappearing and continued to fly forward. If someone were to fly above this world at this moment, they would notice that the same situation was happening in other places. In the entire world, more than 80% of the oracles were flying in the same direction. Ziqin, look. After flying for a while, Yi Qian suddenly spoke and looked to the side. Ziqin turned his head and saw a group of oracles. Although this saved him some trouble, it also indirectly caused him to lose a lot of law crystals. The 9th level people in front chose to observe and wait. The people who might attack Ziqin next would probably be those who knew how to use the trapping divine hand. After all, they were the real powerhouses and the main characters of this trial. The rest of the journey was peaceful. During this time, they met more and more oracles. It seemed like everyone had gathered together. In this boundless field, a mountain peak suddenly appeared. The mountain peak was several thousand feet tall, and there were some plants growing on it. It was very lush. However, the surroundings of the mountain peak were barren. This scene inevitably made people feel that something was wrong. Ziqin sensed that the existence underground was moving towards the mountain peak. This was its final destination. At the moment, many oracles had already gathered around the mountain peak. They were sizing up the mountain peak, looking for any suspicious places. Is it here? Yi Qian looked ahead. Ziqin nodded and said, It's right there. Yes, it disappeared. What disappeared? The mark disappeared. This is indeed the place. Moreover, the other party should have discovered the mark long ago. As soon as the two of them arrived, one figure after another flew over from the distance. There were quite a few 9th level auras. Sensing this aura, Ziqin turned around and looked at a certain group of people. It was Yue and the others. After not seeing them for so many years, their realms still hadn't increased. However, the 5 9th level guards were not to be underestimated. Yue also saw Ziqin and Yi Qian. His pupils shrank slightly, but he ignored them and quickly approached the mountain peak. I didn't expect them to actually show up, Sina said coldly as he flew. Along the way, they also heard about Ziqin killing 13 9th level guards. Let's go ahead and take a look, Yue said. Said Qi. The group of people quickly flew towards the mountain peak. There were quite a few 9th level guards here. When Ziqin and Yi Qian went to the square, there weren't so many people. It was obvious that these people had arrived later. When they saw Ziqin, they also didn't attack. Everyone was deliberately waiting. News of that battle had already spread. Everyone knew that if they couldn't trap the other party in advance, no one could kill him. Therefore, they were waiting for the god Trapping Hand to arrive. There were a total of 5 who knew the god Trapping Hand. Last time, 2 of them had already attacked Ziqin. One of them was Baldy, who followed Willy. The second was Butterball. His body shape was similar to a monk's, but his face was ferocious. Last time, he had cooperated with Baldy to attack Ziqin. Butterball, who knew the god Trapping Hand, was the first to arrive. There were many divine envoys following him, including several 9th level guards. Among all the teams, they had the highest number of 9th level guards. When he arrived, he saw Ziqin at first glance. His eyes surged with a cold light. He stopped in midair and stared at Ziqin. Ziqin looked at him with an indifferent expression. He knew that the other party had attacked him last time. The two of them faced each other from afar. The surrounding divine envoys all stepped aside and stood in the distance. The atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Beside Butterball, the other 9th level guards stared coldly at Ziqin. They seemed eager to fight. Humph! The other party snorted coldly and didn't attack in the end. Because he was the only one here, he didn't have the confidence to kill Ziqin. Moreover, The one who knew the god-trapping hand on Zi Chen's side hadn't appeared yet. After waiting for a while, the short ninth level guard arrived. There were many divine envoys following him. When he arrived, he was slightly startled when he saw Zi Chen. Then, a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Next came the cold-looking man. There were even more people around him. There were quite a number of 7th level guards. It was a big group. Of the 5 who knew the god-trapping hand, 3 had arrived. The 3 of them didn't exchange any words. However, from where they stopped, it seemed like they were going to surround Zi Chen. The 4th one who knew the god-trapping hand was a man shrouded in a black robe. He came alone. No one followed him. After arriving here and seeing the scene, he deliberately took a detour around it. The last one, a bald man in a black robe, came with Willie. Although he was still some distance away, his eyes revealed an undisguised, murderous intent as he flew toward them. Following his arrival, the other 3 who knew the god-trapping hand also moved. Chapter 2699. The 4 of them stepped forward and released their auras, filling heaven and earth with the powerful pressure of a level 9. The atmosphere immediately became tense. The surrounding divine envoys had already retreated far away, and the people who were still observing the mountain peak also flew over. It was obvious that a great battle was about to break out here. The 4 level 9 masters of the god-trapping hand were going to join forces to deal with Zi Chen and goddess I Qian. Of course, there was also the level 7 master of the god-trapping hand, but for some reason he had yet to appear. Everyone was filled with anticipation as to who would emerge victorious in this battle. Of course, deep in their hearts, they believed that the 4 level 9 masters would win. If even the 4 of them couldn't defeat the other party, then the other party would really be invincible here. Facing the 4 approaching auras, Zi Chen's expression didn't change. He stood there indifferently, and streams of energy flowed around his body, enveloping him. Beside him, I Qian's body was filled with divine power. As divine light swirled around her, it was as if she was wearing a divine veil, adding a bit of mystery to her beautiful face. Obviously, the 2 of them were ready for battle. There's going to be a good show. Sina and the others left the mountain peak and quickly approached. Their gazes swept past the level 9 masters, and their expressions became playful. At this moment, there were too many level 9s around. Once the 4 of them made a move, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. In this chaos, many people would be killed. Moreover, once the 4 of them and Zi Chen fought to a draw, there would be a good show to watch. Who wouldn't covet the heavenly god skill? Perhaps the other level 9 masters would join forces and snatch the god-trapping hand and the token from them. Yan Wei's gaze swept across Wiley's face in the distance, and he said calmly, "Maybe this battle won't even happen." The others heard him and looked at him, puzzled. Yan Wei didn't explain, and he looked forward. The 4 level 9 masters of the god-trapping hand were ready, and their auras began to rise. Zi Chen stood there, his expression still unchanged. It was just that the energy light lingering around his body already became 2 types of yin and yang. From his expression, there was no sign of panic. There was only confidence, absolute confidence. It seemed that at this moment he was still full of confidence, even though there were 2 against 4 ninth-grade experts. The surrounding people were all bewildered. They didn't know if Zi Chen was bluffing or if he really had the strength to back it up. Willie stared at them, his expression changing. Naturally, he could see that Zi Chen would be a threat to them in the future. It would be best if they could get rid of him now. However, the other party had suddenly disappeared for several decades, and the moment he reappeared, he had killed 13 level 9 experts. This made him somewhat unable to see through the other party. Furthermore, it was said that he had killed 13 grade 9 powerhouses on his own. In the dozens of years that he had disappeared, it was clear that he had not slacked off and had been cultivating. Perhaps his battle prowess had improved tremendously. Otherwise, why would he dare to appear so brazenly? Moreover, when he looked at I Chien again, she was also very confident. Considering her identity, Wiley let out an unwilling sigh. In the God world, it seemed that anything could happen when it came to the Son of God. In front of him, the 4 ninth-level experts were ready to attack. His changing expression finally came to a stop. He quickly flew over and yelled, "Stop! Everyone stop!" The 4 people who were about to attack all turned around, surprise on their faces. They didn't understand why Wiley was stopping them. "Everyone, can you listen to me first?" Wiley approached them. As the person in charge of this trial, his words naturally carried weight. He first bowed towards I Chien, then nodded towards Zichen. His gaze swept past the others as he said, "This time according to God King Sandini's intention, everyone will be allowed to undergo a heavenly God trial. If your luck is good enough, you might be able to obtain some heavenly God skills or even greater opportunities. However, the way things have developed has completely exceeded the normal scope of a trial." His voice spread out, clearly not only for Zichen and the others, but also for the others to hear. Everyone was looking at Wiley, waiting for him to say the next words. The fact that the entrance has not appeared after so long is already beyond common sense. Furthermore, I believe that everyone's arrival here is definitely not as simple as a coincidence. Willie turned his head to look at the lonely mountain peak filled with ancient trees and said, "Perhaps the thing that's preventing the entrance from opening is this mountain peak, or rather, the thing inside the mountain peak. Thus, before the entrance appears, I feel that we should temporarily put everything aside and work together to deal with the potential enemy." "Who are you referring to as the potential enemy?" At this moment, a voice came from the front. Well, before Wiley could think of an answer, the expressions of the surrounding divine envoys all changed. This was because the voice did not come from one of the divine envoys present, but from the mountain peak in front of them. Or rather, it came from within the mountain peak. Clearly, there was an intelligent life form hidden within the mountain peak. It was very likely that it was an intelligent life form transformed from a law crystal. It was precisely this life form that had lured everyone here. However, with so many powerhouses here, it still dared to lure them here. What was it trying to do? Bang! 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 Just as everyone was in shock, the ground suddenly shook and tentacles stretched out from the ground one after another. They were like agile snakes wrapping around the people above. Swoosh! Swoosh! Because this unforeseen event was very sudden, all the divine envoys' attention was focused on the mountain peak. They did not expect this unforeseen event to occur below them. Thus, many of the divine envoys were caught in an instant and dragged to the ground by the tentacles. During this time, divine light flickered and a powerful aura surged in the world. Saber light and sword shadows wreaked havoc. Light flashed, and popping sounds came one after another. Those tentacles were being cut off one by one. However, this was not absolute. Some divine envoys did not even have time to react before they were dragged into the ground. Afterwards, mournful screams came from underground. None of those who were pulled to the ground were able to come out. The light of energy on Chen's body flickered, and a tentacle was instantly cut off. At the same time, the tentacle wrapped around I Chien was also cut off. Not only him, but the other 4 ninth-ranked divine envoys were also attacked, but they were not injured. After cutting off the tentacles, the 4 of them were still staring at Zichen. Even though Willie had spoken, and even though there was indeed a powerful, intelligent creature on the mountain peak, they still did not want to give up this opportunity. At this time, the ground vibrated at an even higher frequency, and even more tentacles extended upwards. If the previous tentacles were 1 tentacle per person, then this time there were 10 or more tentacles per person. In an instant, the flat ground within a radius of a few thousand meters around the mountain peak was covered by tentacles. These tentacles were emitting light and constantly swaying, going against the sky. They were like madly growing plants, wrapping around the group of divine envoys. Swoosh! Swoosh! Divine light flickered, and a powerful aura circulated. Saber light and sword light constantly wreaked havoc on the field, and one tentacle after another was cut off. These tentacles were like plants that could not be destroyed. Once they were cut off, new ones would quickly grow out and wrap around the group of divine envoys. They could not be removed, nor could they be cut off. Moreover, these tentacles were very fast, like lightning. No matter how fast you soared, you could not be faster than them. Swoosh! Swoosh! Some of the divine envoys were entangled by layers of tentacles, and then they were dragged into the ground. During this time, all kinds of exclamations were heard, and the figures of the divine envoys were dragged into the ground one after another. Boom! Violent energy vibrations came from the ground, and it was obvious that the divine envoys were fighting back underground. The 4 level 9 divine envoys around Zichen still had the idea of killing Zichen, but as the number of tentacles increased, they gradually found it difficult to resist. They could no longer care about Zichen, and when they cut off the tentacles, they retreated. They no longer attacked Zichen, but they were worried that Zichen would attack them, so they chose to retreat. Buzz! Around Zichen, the light of energy surged, and a black crack extended in all directions. Wherever the crack passed, the tentacles that extended were all cut off. The broken tentacles fell to the ground, but the part that was connected to the ground continued to move upwards, towards Zichen and Ichen. Swoosh! Zichen unsheathed his sword, and one after another, a large number of tentacles were cut off. After these tentacles were cut off, they fell to the ground, twisted and struggled, and then turned into energy and scattered. At this moment, everyone was dealing with these troublesome tentacles, but they did not notice that after the tentacles were cut off, they turned into energy and were absorbed by the mountain peak. No, it's impossible to kill them all. There were too many tentacles around, and after cutting off a batch, new ones would quickly grow out. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, and he stopped resisting, allowing the tentacles to drag him underground. At this moment, there was a violent surge of energy on the ground, accompanied by the shouts of the divine envoys. Obviously, there was a battle happening underground. Boom! With a strong vibration, Zichen entered the ground, and the tentacles that wrapped around him were directly broken. The ground was empty, and in front of him, there was a strange creature. It was round like a ball, and it had no eyes or mouth. Its whole body was emitting light, and these lights extended out in the form of tentacles. A bright light burst from its body, and more tentacles extended toward Zichen. Swoosh! Zichen unsheathed his sword, and a kind light of the sword went forward. The light of the sword went forward, cutting off the tentacles and cutting the round ball. Although the other party did not have a mouth, Zichen clearly heard scream. The sword cut it in half, and the other party died, turning into energy light. Chapter 2700. The light of energy followed the ground and moved forward. Yang. Zichen noticed this scene and released his spiritual senses. He found that the tentacle monsters killed by the oracles had all turned into pure energy at this moment and moved in the same direction. He reached out and grabbed a strand of energy. He found that he couldn't refine it. It seemed that this energy contained some kind of willpower. He followed the direction of the energy and sensed that after extending a certain distance, there was an inexplicable force that stopped his spiritual senses from extending further. That direction was the foot of the mountain. What's wrong? Looking at the stunned Zichen, Ichen flashed over. A god's sharp blade flashed, and a large number of tentacles that extended towards Zichen were cut off. Look at this energy. It's all going to the same place. Zi Chen's blade swept past, and the tentacle monster behind him was killed. He pointed at the energy that the tentacle monster had transformed into and said, "I suspect that the existence in the mountain deliberately wants us to kill these tentacle monsters." Yiqian also noticed the abnormality at this time because all the dead tentacle monsters had turned into energy and disappeared in front of them. This scene was clearly out of the ordinary. But now, facing the attack of the tentacle monsters, they could only choose to kill or retreat immediately. But obviously, not everyone could retreat smoothly. Moreover, this was related to whether the entrance could be opened or not. Even if they could retreat, they wouldn't. Then what should we do? Yiqian asked. "Let's go up and take a look." He raised his hand and cut off a large number of tentacles. Zichen flashed and flew up. When he reached the ground, the battle here was still ongoing. All kinds of powerful attacks appeared. The tentacle monsters that were dragging the ground suddenly jumped up to the ground one by one and fought with the oracles. The oracles were very strong. The tentacle monsters could barely sneak attack them when they were hiding in the dark. But once they showed themselves, they were naturally looking for death. Zi-chan looked around and saw the energy that the tentacle monsters had turned into after they died. This energy was being absorbed by the mountain. At this time, at a glance, the entire mountain was surrounded by rays of energy. These rays of energy rotated and entered the mountain. Seeing this scene, Zi-chan was even more certain of his guess. The existence in the mountain peak was indeed sending these tentacle monsters to their deaths, and then it would absorb the energy they turned into after they died. There was a high possibility that the other party had done this to increase his combat strength. According to Zi-chen's guess, this should be the time when he was at his weakest. After confirming his guess, he turned to Yiqian and said, "You stay here and be careful." After saying that, he flew forward. His goal was very clear. It was that mountain peak. It was obvious that other oracles had also noticed the strange scene around them. However, the tentacle monster here was already very difficult to deal with. The existence in the mountain peak was naturally even more powerful. Therefore, even though they knew that there might be something strange there, they were not willing to go forward and try. The level 9s who had wanted to kill Zichen earlier did not make a move at this moment. Instead, they stood in the distance and quietly waited for Zhan to lose his composure. Zichen was the only one who had reached the mountain peak. Slash! His body flashed with the light of yin and yang energy. His gaze turned cold as he stared at the mountain peak. With a loud shout, he unsheathed the long blade in his hand. Shwa! When the long blade was unsheathed, the light of yin and yang flashed. A blade light like a waterfall rushed forward. The blade light shot out from the tip of the blade and instantly became hundreds of feet long. It surged with powerful energy and slashed toward the mountain peak. Bang! Bang! Before the blade light fell, a terrifying pressure fell on the mountain peak, causing the lush ancient trees on the mountain peak to explode in an instant. The ancient trees exploded and sawdust flew everywhere. However, they were soon shattered by the pressure. However, the sawdust did not dissipate. Instead, it turned into pure energy and lingered there like clouds. Boom! The blade light fell on the mountain peak and instantly exploded. An even more terrifying energy continued to wreak havoc. Within the range of the blade light, the ancient trees collapsed and the mountain rocks exploded. However, they still did not dissipate. Instead, they turned into pure energy. This energy lingered in the mountain peak like a cloudy fairyland, flashing with rays of light. When the divine envoys saw this, their faces were filled with astonishment. Obviously, these mountain rocks were not real mountain rocks. They were formed by pure energy. Zichen's slash exposed his body. They are all formed by energy. Once they are absorbed, how powerful will they be? Seeing this scene, the divine envoys frowned and looked at Zichen and the mountain peak. The other divine envoys obviously saw Zichen's attack. Willie also frowned. The others who knew the god, Trapping Hand, stared at Chen at this moment. Their expressions changed. Obviously, they were thinking about whether they should take the opportunity to attack him. At this moment, the light of energy that had appeared before was sucked into the mountain peak. It was obvious that it was going to be absorbed. Wind, come! Chen stood in the air and shouted. The space in front of him distorted and a space door appeared. From the space door, the rules of wind fell. After the rules of wind left the door, it turned into a powerful hurricane. This hurricane continued to expand and turned into a tornado. The tornado spun and extended downward. Wherever it passed, the energy of the clouds was constantly absorbed. Then it spun and moved to the space above. The mountain peak absorbed the energy of the clouds very quickly, but the tornado's speed was not slow either. One end was connected to the mountain peak, and the other end was connected to the space above. Behind the space was Chen's world. It could be said that all this energy entered Chen's world. In addition to the energy of the clouds, the tornado even absorbed the energy of the tentacle monsters killed by the divine envoys. A rumbling sound resounded between heaven and earth. Lightning flashed in the tornado from time to time, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. In the distance, the divine envoys looked at this scene in shock. "You are courting death." At this moment, an angry voice came from the mountain peak. Then a powerful aura emerged from the mountain peak. Whoosh! A light of energy appeared out of thin air and went straight to the tornado. The seemingly powerful tornado, after encountering the light of energy, quickly exploded. The absorbed energy flowed between heaven and earth again. Above the sky, the space door was closing. As it closed, it was still absorbing the energy. The tentacle monsters in the distance did not know whether they could absorb the energy of the ancient trees on the mountain peak. However, they could not absorb the energy of the dead tentacle monsters. There seemed to be some kind of rule that prevented them from absorbing it. The space door disappeared completely, but there was still residual energy between heaven and earth. Chen waved his sleeves and said, "Disperse!" A hurricane of energy appeared. The remaining energy was blown away in all directions, away from the mountain peak. "You deserve to die." The voice from the mountain peak was full of anger. Another powerful attack appeared out of thin air and slashed toward Chen. Lightning appeared under Chen's feet. In an instant, he broke free from the lock of the attack and flashed to the side. He dodged the attack. The attack fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The ground was torn apart, and the energy of the tentacle monsters rose. Chen flashed to the other side. Once again, he unsheathed his saber and slashed down. According to the scene in front of him, the existence in the mountain peak should need this energy very much. Moreover, it should not be able to escape for the time being. As long as the other party was prevented from absorbing the energy, even if it forced its way out, its combat strength would be greatly reduced. Everyone understood this. At this moment, Chen was doing this. Obviously, they did not think that the space door could really refine this energy. However, Chen's threat wasn't small either. Many people's expressions changed as they wondered if they should let the two sides fight until both sides suffered heavy losses. "Let's deal with the guy inside first." While the others were still hesitating, Jiwei took the initiative to speak. At this moment, a person in the distance quickly flew toward the mountain peak. It was a figure covered in a black robe. It was the existence who could use the trapping god's hand. He was also the only one who did not want to kill Chen. At this moment, he went straight to the mountain peak. When he reached the other side, he raised his hand and attacked the mountain peak. Boom! On the mountain peak, the ancient trees exploded. The mountain rocks turned into energy. More clouds began to curl up. Looking at the clouds, his hands suddenly shook, and the energy began to vibrate. The energy of the clouds instantly flew into the distant sky. This person chose to deal with the existence in the mountain peak, preventing it from absorbing the energy. Let's go! Jiwei flew forward. Beside him were Sina and Xavier, as well as the level 9 experts they brought. As for Ben Senlu, Kai Meng, and Xan Lin, they did not go forward. They had a grudge against Zichin. The level 9 experts beside them also did not go forward. Let's go. Let's deal with those guys in the mountain peak first. At this moment, Wiley also made up his mind. He chose to lead the others forward. After that, the others went forward and began to attack the mountain peak together. Boom! Boom! All kinds of powerful energy trembled in the sky. The terrifying aura wreaked havoc. The mountain rocks and ancient trees below were constantly exploding, turning into more energy. Seeing the scene, Zichin also shouted loudly. Above the sky, spatial portals appeared one after another. From these portals, tornadoes with the power of thunder appeared one after another. They were constantly devouring the energy. Seeing this scene, the people who came forward did not have any objections. They tried to feel it before, but they could not absorb the energy formed by the clouds and mist. You're all courting death. In the face of these energy attacks, the existence in the mountain peak roared angrily. After that, the ancient trees on the surface of the mountain withered. Their spiritual energy was quickly drained. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.